one, one, funa one, want, one, want, one,
Hello, hello.
want, one, hello, one, morning, one, 1 2 protons 1.
Honourable members, good morning. And good morning, Honourable Minister. Good morning to the Chair, Chief Executive of Transnet and your colleagues. And welcome to Parliament, and welcome, well, of course, the Minister is a member, but for the rest of you, welcome to Parliament. And thank you very much for making the time to have this conversation with us. Just by way of housekeeping for everybody, the difficulty we always have with the way the calendar works is that by the time the Auditor General's outcomes come to us, because of the Parliament schedule, we usually some way away from the end of the financial year. So I just want to say that today we're discussing the financial year 24-25. Which ended on the 31st of March 2025. Of course, it takes time to eventually get to publishing the annual report and the audit outcomes and so on. And in our case, when that occurred, we were in the middle of the inquiry into the road accident fund, and so we couldn't do it. So what I would like to encourage us to do in the conversation, because I think Transnet, especially from a financial and operational perspective, you do release an interim report, I think, for the end of September, as at the end of September 2025. I think if we took the update all the way there, that would be helpful. I also wish to alert the members to the fact that Transnet is at the tail end of its financial year, and therefore some of the information, because of the listing rules, they're not able to tell us information as of now, as of today. But after the end of the month, they would be in a position to do so. So I just ask that we cooperate with one another in this way. I think the helpful thing about Transnet is that a lot of the issues we get to discuss today have a history. Some are long-standing, but also in terms of the way forward, the plans are not for the next 6 months. They are for several years ahead. And I think it's not difficult for Transnet to give us an appropriate update that gives the committee a sense of where the organization is at this point, without having to go into some specifics which are prohibited in terms of where the process of finalizing financial results is at the moment. So I just ask that we cooperate with one another in that way. What I will do is, Minister, I will hand over to you to do as you colleagues have decided, make opening remarks, but also to present. We got a 58-page presentation. It's unfortunately too long, but the members have it. So if it's possible, I'd like us to set aside about an hour for the presentation phase in order to give us sufficient time to have a meaningful discussion about what is contained in the presentation and any questions that the members may have thereafter. So the idea is that we hear from you, you make the presentation, we will then take a 15-minute break, and then when we come back from break, we will then get into a discussion about what has been presented. I hope that is in order. So thank you very much. Over to you, Minister.
Chair, thank you very much, and allow me to greet you and all the honourable members. Chair, as you can see, we are with a large delegation from Transnet that includes the chair of the board, the group CEO, the group chief operations officer, and many other colleagues. I think that you have primarily dealt with what I wanted to cover in the opening remarks, which related to the fact that we are at the year end, and obviously there are certain sensitivities with regard to that. Obviously, we would like to tell you not just about the 2024-25 financial year, but as you suggest, up until mid-year, in terms of what we have done to fix the business at Transnet, how we are trying to transform that business, and obviously how we're trying to put the entity onto a growth path. And Chair, we actually have a 26-page presentation, and we would like your permission to present that rather than the 58 pages, which is additional reading and homework for the honourable members. So with your permission, I would allow the chair of the board to make whatever opening remarks he'd like to make, and then we can move to the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Good morning to honourable members. Allow me to welcome my team here. We have 2 board members who are with us, one of them being the chair of audit and the audit committee and the executives here present. I'm just going to spend some few minutes, if you may allow me, just to talk about the journey of where we've come from as a company and where we are. And I want to specifically address the issue of structural reforms to set the context. We have been embarking on structural reforms, and I want to start with the work that we have done on the side of the ports. We have signed an MOU on the 13th of March 2026 between Volpark and Transnet Pipelines. And the idea really is to focus on developing a gas import infrastructure in Richards Bay. So we now have a Zululand Energy Terminal, which becomes South Africa's first LNG import facility. It seeks to address the impending shortfalls in gas supply. It boosts energy security. It promotes industrial growth, and it will boost downstream gas-to-power opportunities in the province. On the 20th of March, Transnet National Ports Authority announced that FFE tank terminals, being the preferred bidder to refurbish and operate a liquid bulk terminal for a concession period of 25 years at the Port of Cape Town. This is a brownfield development of approximately 6,289 square meters. The winning bidder, which is FFC Tank Terminal, will finance, construct, maintain, and operate the liquid bulk terminal. This will entail upgrading the storage of the tanks. It will enhance the structural integrity of the terminal, and it will also repurpose the pipeline to be used for vegetable and edible oils. In Durban, we signed on the 10th of December 2025, effective from 1/2026, for a period of 25 years, with Durban Container Terminal with ICTSI as the operator of that terminal. The idea is to modernize port infrastructure, introduce the latest technology, improve efficiency that match global standards. On the port side as well, we are embarking on a journey of corporatizing Transnet Ports Authority to make it as an independent port authority. This work of corporatization is underway. On the rail side, we are busy with the corporatization of Transnet Rail Infrastructure Manager. We are in discussions between the Honourable Minister of Transport and the Minister of Finance to agree on the best modalities that will give effect to this. The work of establishing the rolling stock list company is also underway. The idea really is to use Transnet excess rolling stock in the form of locomotives and wagons so that these can be accessible to the train operating companies to reduce barriers to entry. We've also issued licenses to train operating companies. They've been allocated slots. The idea is to move from road to rail, also to introduce new train players. I'm starting here, Honorable Chair, just to give you a sense of the journey that we have embarked upon as far as the reform journey that we've started under the direction of the shareholder. Of course, the challenges still continue. We still feel that the bandwidth from both the side of the board and the executive is stretched to its limit to be able to provide oversight on the structural reform on the one hand and the implementation of the Reinvent for Growth strategy. We also think that we could work better with a PFMA regulatory environment that is agile and responsive to meet the timelines of the investors and the new entrants so that we can be able to give full momentum to this. On the operational reform side, as you will hear from the team today, as far as the income statement is concerned, we're making tremendous progress to improve on the volumes and also to improve on the revenue side. And of course, we are in the process of negotiating tariffs with some of our customers, also to deal with some of the legacy issues, such as take-or-pay agreements, which continue to hamstring our ability to be able to move with speed and agility. We, as you will hear from the presentation today, we're making good progress in terms of improving on our capital expenditure to make sure that we catch up on the backlog. I need to say, though, that the funding is still not adequate, but we are continuing to do so with speed. Of course, we are busy with the negotiation on the prices with some of our suppliers, and the team will share some more insights onto that. On the balance sheet side, to be able to fund both the reform program as well as the operational improvements, our debt levels have increased in the last 3 years so that we can be in a position to fund growth and stabilize the entity. This, of course, has come at the cost of high debt costs, and also we're still dealing with some of the assets sitting on our balance sheet that are unproductive. And of course, this impacts on our depreciation going forward. We've received funding through the BFI funding facility to fix the rail network infrastructure, which we are very grateful for, and it's really appreciated, despite the fact that we're still short of what we require by way of fixing the railway network infrastructure. The leadership is stable of the business and is committed and focused, and we're very pleased about that. We still have one role that has not been filled, the role of the TNPA CEO, and we are busy with that as well. A number of security incidents that the team will share with you that really consist of cable theft and vandalism. We're sitting with a bill of over 4 billion rand per annum just on security costs. We're also dealing with issues of maintenance, backlog, and derailments. Those two are mutually reinforcing. But needless to say, we are progressing with earnest in addressing those matters. The issues of governance are improving. Supply chain, as you will hear from the team, is now being digitalized. Long-term contracts are being negotiated to bring stability to the business while promoting local procurement. We're addressing the concerns raised by the Auditor General of South Africa in terms of material irregularity, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. We have also dealt with some of the employees that have been complicit and colluding with suppliers. These have been dismissed. Honorable Chair, as I conclude, I want to say that as Transnet, We are certainly not where we would have liked to be, but we are a much better organization today than we were a year or 3 years ago. The crisis has been averted, but the challenges still persist. But there's a light at the end of the channel. I'm going to end there, Chair, and hand over to Michelle. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Chairperson, honourable members, Minister, members of the board, my colleagues. Chairperson, thank you very much for the opportunity for Transnet to come and account to SCOPA. We appreciate the role that SCOPA plays. Chairperson, I'm going to go straight into the presentation, if that's in order. I think that both the Minister and the Chairperson have covered the introductory remarks sufficiently. Thank you. Chairperson, in terms of the layout and what we will discuss today, we will take the committee through where we are at in terms of the implementation of our strategy. We will share the 24-25 performance as at year-end 31st of March 2025. We have not in this presentation, Chairperson, taken you to the mid-year, but I think we can give you an indication of where we are as a business currently. Then we will also deal with some of the procurement matters as raised by the specific questions that were asked by the committee for us to deal with. We deal with the progress of the Auditor General's recommendation, and of course we want to take the committee through where we see the business going forward. So, Chairperson, there was a question around the policy environment and how that impacts Transnet, and you can see that we have several instruments, the National Rail Policy, that required that we separate infrastructure from rail operations. We are pretty much running a separate business there in respect of the rail infrastructure manager. We have established that as a separate operating division in Transnet, whilst at the same time the Transnet Freight Rail is now operating as the operating company of Transnet. In addition to that, last year, the Minister announced the 11 private train operating companies who were awarded with a conditional award. We believe that by the end of April this year, we will be able to announce the private train operating companies who have met all of the requirements and who will then be able to join Transnet in achieving the 250 million tonne target that we have as a country. Then we will also speak to the committee about some of the private sector participation projects that have either been concluded or are in progress, or that which is about to go to market as well. The Freight Logistics Roadmap, I think the committee is very familiar with that document approved by Cabinet in December of 2023. That also resulted, Chairperson, in the government guarantee conditions that then became part of the GFA and which Transnet continues to comply with. Of course, the department is also busy with the setup of the Transnet Economic Regulator. We then also have the Ports Act, and the committee would have seen also in the media and some of the transactions that the chairperson has talked about, the number of concessions and that we have been entering into with private operators, but also the one project that we continue to work on is the corporatization of the National Ports Authority. And we have a special task team that have been set up there by the Minister to enable us to finalize on that particular matter. I've spoken about the guarantee conditions, and we continue to comply largely with the guarantee conditions. Some of this is still work in progress, and we will provide some feedback on that as well to the committee. Chairperson, These policies, the impact that it has on Transnet, of course, is the introduction of new players. We will see competition coming into the system. Of course, we look to the private sector for investment skills and the like to also collaborate with us, largely because of the financial status both of Transnet as well as of the fiscus, and we understand what it is that the government can provide. We do have to say, though, as the chairperson has indicated, that the support that we have received, or in fact that has been announced on the budget facility for infrastructure, will, of course, support us as we proceed into the new year. We await the receipt of the funds, and that will help us to reduce our dependence on loans from the outside market. Of course, these policies have also resulted in increased oversight. It requires us to be transparent with what we do, fair pricing. There are also dispute resolution mechanisms, ensuring that largely greater accountability by all logistics players in the market. What are all of these policies intended to do? Of course, we intend to modernize the rail network for both freight and passenger rail. We want to move freight from road to rail, reduce the overall logistics costs, but more than anything, improve the logistics value chain, because as we know, this is really the backbone of the economy of the country. Chairperson, the committee will be familiar with this one. When we started our work in Transnet, largely we had to fix and optimize our operations. We dealt there with the tactical operational stuff, the kind of things that were included in our recovery plan, to ensure that we do not prejudice our customers more than they were previously. And the intention here was really to get the business to go back to basics, but ensure that we reverse the decline that we've been experiencing, and we will show the committee that as well. And then, of course, we have the transformative leg and the grow the business leg. Transformative leg, we talk about the reforms, we talk about the infrastructure manager that's been established, the introduction of private TOCs, and we talk about largely transforming parts of our business so that we can meet future growth requirements. And then, of course, we do intend to grow, and that is the third leg of our Reinvent for Growth strategy. Chairperson, when we look at what it is that has in fact now taken place, the end of the financial year 24-25 also marked the end of, let's call it the 18-month recovery plan that we had presented to the industry. Out of that, we saw operational performance improving, and we saw the arrest of the decline that we had been experiencing. We saw the slot allocation process that took place during the year as well. I spoke about the 11 qualifying operators, and we have allocated 41 routes on 6 corridors in that slot allocation process. We established the rail infrastructure manager. They started operating in September. We separated the functional and accounting separation, and we remain on track. We probably will not corporatize by September 2026. That was the condition. We are working on making sure that, of course, the financials are resolved before we are able to complete that process. Same with the TNPay corporatization. Largely, most of the, if not all of the actions are concluded, except for the financial matter that needs to be resolved. We have established a code of conduct that makes it basically the rules of the game between the operator and the infrastructure manager, making sure that there are Chinese walls, because the infrastructure manager now has to deal with private operators as well as Transnet Freight Rail. Then we continue with the disposal of our non-core assets. And we will continue again this year. We've been out on a number of auctions. We have a transaction advisor advising us so that we can dispose of everything that is not core to the business of Transnet. We published in December 2024, Chairperson, the network statement, which indicated to the industry what it is that this network can offer, what the state of the network is, as well as the tariffs applicable for the year 24-25. And we are currently developing version 4, which will be introduced to the market by April of 2026. The chairperson talked about the LNG terminal partnership that we concluded in January 2024. That was the first PSP with Vopak. We also concluded an agreement with Sasol, enabling them to assist us with tanker maintenance. Grindrod was also appointed the preferred bidder for the container handling facility in Richards Bay. And then we concluded the private sector participation transaction with ICTSI. That became effective in January 2026, and that business is now running. Chairperson, in respect of PSPs, you'll see Durban Pier 2, as I've indicated, has now closed. We've partnered there with the private sector to boost the efficiency of Pier 2, and I can say that the container sector will certainly be exceeding its targets for this new financial year. We have also, Chairperson, are in the process, are in the market for the establishment, as the Chair has indicated, of a dedicated leasing company. This leasing company will provide rolling stock to the market, both to private operators as well as to Transnet Freight Rail itself. We are now, by April, we'll be going into stage 2 of that process, which is the publication of the RFP, which will be issued to shortlisted bidders. Then we are currently in the market. We published in first quarter of this year, we published the Richards Bay Dry Bulk Terminal. The intention there is to transform the Richards Bay Dry Bulk Terminal into a multi-user export hub, and we need to unlock private funding in order to do that. We need to mechanize that facility so that we can expand capacity from the 18.5 million tons currently to 26.9 million tons. So that is out in the market, and it closes in August of this year. Then, Chairperson, the Ngquqa Manganese Export Corridor, we will be issuing stage 1 by the end of April, where we will be, firstly, we need to build a new manganese export facility in the Eastern Cape. That will be a 16 million ton facility. In addition, we have to upgrade the rail connection between the Northern Cape and the terminal. And in order to do that, we would need funding, Chairperson. Transnet cannot afford to do all of that. We would need private sector participation, and we will be going to market, as I said, in April of this year. Then the container corridor, which is the Durban to Gauteng, that is intended to go to market by quarter 3 of this year, where again we need to fix that line and then also concession so that the private sector can participate in this particular one. This really, Chair, are the transactions that we will be dealing with for this 25-26 financial year. Chairperson, of course, our strategy seeks to deliver very specific outcomes. Operational reliability, we're beginning to see this in the improvement in our volumes. We see this in the improvement in our customer satisfaction. The committee would have seen a number of our customers publishing their financial results, and across the board, it's been acknowledged that the improvement in Transnet has supported the industry in being able to deliver quite positive results. And of course, Chairperson, institutionally, we need the business to be restored to financial sustainability. We are working on ensuring that we have an empowered and accountable workforce. Governance, yes, the committee will hear that we do still have challenges, but a lot of work going in to ensuring that we try to meet the kind of findings that the Auditor General has released, and making sure that we run a good and clean business. And then, of course, we are trying to push for digital enablement in our business, and we'll see this particularly in the procurement area where we have already started digitizing quite extensively. Chairperson, this provides the picture of the volume movement over the past few years. We are always measured against the peak of 226 million tons that was achieved by Transnet in the year 2017-2018. The committee then sees that decline over the 5-year period, quite a huge decline, 77 million tons lost in this business. We ended in 2022-23 with 149.5 million tons moved on rail to the ports. And Chairperson, you can see as we adopted the recovery plan, at the end of that recovery plan, 23-24, we were here last year, we reported on the 151.7 million tons moved on rail. And then in 2024-25, we were able to move 160.1 million tons on rail. Chairperson, we've been targeting for 25-26 as a stretch, 180 million tons. The teams have been working very hard to try to get to at least 170 million tons. We believe that we will be just short of that at the end of this financial year. We have it's 8 days left now. But we have already exceeded last year's number, and we think that we will end up around pushing very hard to at least get to 168 million tons, Chairperson. Automotives have exceeded its target, continues to exceed its target. You can see it's gone up to 804 units in 24-25, and containers as well improving. Unfortunately, on the pipeline volumes, we are not where we would want to be, but we believe that they will come very close to the 25-26 target this year. Chairperson, we talked about the security interventions that we've implemented across the board. As the Chairperson indicates, it comes at a cost of exceeding 4 billion rand per annum. However, we have seen an improvement, a decline of 23% across the board. It could have been more. I think the number is a little bit distorted by the TNPA number, which is 54. That number really does not impact our volumes. It's purely the incidents. And it is a number that unfortunately relates largely to, for example, incidents of stowaways and the like. But all in all, we've, as much as we've seen, we continue to see cable theft, damage to our infrastructure. We also see incidents of sabotage on the line. We continue to push for the protection of the infrastructure and for the volumes to continue to move. Then, Chairperson, on the ESG side, I think the business has done relatively well. We see our total headcount being 50,988 people, 45% of us women at executive level, 37% at senior management level, still some work to be done. And then, of course, people with disabilities sitting at 2%. We indicate the numbers there, Chairperson. I'm not going to go through all of the details, the numbers in terms of trainees through our system. what we spend on skills, both with whether it be trainees, engineers in training, young professionals in training, technicians in training. We continue to push that numbers because they become a pipeline for our business. You see there the BE spend, the numbers spent on black women owned, 12.1 billion, and then also the numbers on youth, 2.4 billion on black youth. We have been able to maintain our triple BE certification level 2. Chair, we do quite a bit in the communities. Our flagship initiative there is the Pelo Pepa trains. We currently have 2 trains, 1 and 2, and in the year we have been able to touch 776, I think that should be 1,000 patients. Oh, 640,776, there we go, patients across the board. And we continue to move these trains to the communities where it's difficult to get to healthcare. Our safety stats remains within the threshold. However, not good that we have lost in the last financial year 7 employees who unfortunately lost their lives in the line of duty. We've continued to implement our safety plans, and I can say that in this past year I think we're currently sitting at 1 fatality. 1 is still 1 too much, but a lot of work has been done on the safety side. And then of course we indicate the environmental stewardship statistics as well. Chairperson, on the legal matters, these matters, Chair, are the matters that impacted largely our financial statements in the last financial year. The one matter, I do have the Chief Legal Officer here, but I think I can speak to the SASO matter. Chairperson will recall in the previous financial year, we had quite a big provision for the NATREF matter. We have been able to settle that matter. We settled it in May of 2025, post-approval from the board, and we paid 4.3 billion to SASO, and then also a 1.2 billion to Total. This was in respect of the very long-standing legal matter where the NATREF partners went to court and were successful in arguing with the court that they had been overcharged over several years. This was, I believe, 13 years of litigation that we were eventually able to settle in 2025. I'm very quickly going to ask Sandra to speak to the CRRC, the 1064 locomotive matter.
Sorry, before you do that, can you just give us a bit of color still on
NATREF?
So, in fact, on all of these, I just want to understand date of origin, year of origin of the dispute, and what, in substance, the issue
Sure.
was.
Sandra will help me. I believe the matter originated in 2013 when they first issued summons against us in 2013. The matter related largely to an agreement that was signed by the government in 1967. I think I'm going to hand over to the legal officer, Chairperson. It's way before all of our time.
Next, just switch off your mic. Thanks.
Honourable Chairperson, members of the committee, actually the GC is 100% correct, but I can confirm that the government of the Republic of South Africa entered into an agreement with SASO and Total in 1967 in an attempt to secure supply, refinery supply inland in South Africa. And what that agreement essentially provided was that inland refineries will be in no worse position when compared to coastal refineries, and that had an impact on the tariff to be charged to inland refineries. The core of the court case was that Sasol and Total claimed that we did not apply what the neutrality principle, and therefore we overcharged them over that period of time, and it was the overcharging that they claimed back, plus interest. Thank you. GCE, do you want me to continue with?
Sorry, just to make sure I understand, because lawyers speak and write funny. So what it effectively means is that the inland refineries would get a discount that enables them to economically operate at the same cost base as coastal refineries. And what they were disputing is that the discount was not, so they were overcharged from that perspective.
Absolutely correct. And it was essentially the transportation cost which contributed to the difference in neutrality between the coastal and the inland refineries.
Okay, all right, I get that.
So Chairperson, in addition, so you had what they then called the overcharge. Now, why the overcharge arose is that at some point the regulator came into being, 2005. When the regulator came into being, now, firstly, Transnet inherited then with the, at the time, Petro SA, the agreement, and had to continue to implement the agreement. When the regulator came into being, Transnet, I believe at the time, felt that the tariffs is then regulated by the regulator, and that it is the regulator's tariff that they should be charging. So what Transnet did, they continued then, they basically did away with the agreements and only applied the regulator's tariff. It was that tariff that the oil companies then fought against, in terms of saying that that agreement needs to exist concurrently with the regulator's tariff, and actually the court found in their favor, and that is why we were now were responsible for this amount of money together with interest. So, Chair, at the end of the day, we then were able to settle this. The total amount, together with interest, was round about just over 10 billion rand. And we were able to settle it at about 5.5 billion rand. And of course, all of the legal matters then came to a close. I'm going to ask Sandra to then also speak to the 1064 matter.
Thank you, GC. Chair, you may recall that...
So may I ask that you try and bring it, because the people who do the streaming outside then complain that they can't hear. Okay, that should be fine.
Is that fine?
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. So the next matter relates to the acquisition of 1064 locomotives from 4 suppliers. You may recall that this procurement was the subject of discussion and investigation at the Zondo Commission as well. In March 2021, Transnet and the SIU instituted review proceedings in the High Court against the 4 original equipment manufacturers involved in that procurement program. The OEMs that were involved were CRRC eLoco, a Chinese OEM, CRRC Rolling Stock, also a Chinese OEM, Wabtec, which was formerly General Electric, and Bombardier Transportation, that had been bought by Alstom. In our review application, the relief that we were seeking was to set aside the locomotive supply agreements with these OEMs, but that the court also order the retention of locomotives already delivered. This is quite important because ordinarily in a review and set aside application, the agreements are determined invalid right from the start. But because of the dependency that Transnet had on the locomotives already delivered, the relief that we sought was that the locomotives delivered be retained by Transnet, but also that where there were defective locomotives, that we could return those locomotives. Parallel to the litigation, we conducted settlement discussions with all of the OEMs. We succeeded in settling the matters with WAPTEC. All the WAPTEC locomotives were delivered, and the settlement provided for a payback of 70.3 million rand to Transnet through a credit note. We also managed to settle the matter with Bombardier Transportation. In this case, we were paid 486.2 million rand by Bombardier, and we could continue retaining the locomotives delivered, and the court also ordered that we can continue taking delivery of the locomotives according to a revised schedule. The outcome of these discussions with WAPTEC and Bombardier is in essence that the matters with them were settled in full. We also conducted negotiations with CRRC, and we concluded a settlement agreement with them that was subject to the fulfillment of certain conditions precedent. Now, it is important to just stand still at this point in time and just expand a bit on the conditions precedent. It's important to note that those two conditions precedent were completely beyond Transnet's control. It related to a dispute between CRRC and the South African Reserve Bank, and it related to a dispute between CRRC and the South African Revenue Services. And in essence, what CRRC demanded before it could implement its agreement with Transnet is that these two disputes had to be resolved to their satisfaction. We, as Transnet, attempted to facilitate a resolution of those disputes. Unfortunately, we were not successful, and so that settlement agreement had lapsed. The disputes between CRRC, the Reserve Bank, and SARS remain unresolved at this point in time. So, Chair, the current status is that the two settlement agreements that we concluded with WAPTEC and Bombardier had been made an order of court as just an equitable remedy in the review application. To the extent that we have not concluded settlements with the Chinese OEMs, we are continuing with the review proceedings against them. We, at this point in time, the review proceedings is tied up in an interlocutory application. We are brought by CRRC, so we are seeking a court date to resolve the interlocutory application, and thereafter we hope to get a hearing date set down for the main review application. That is the current status of the 1064 procurement. Thank you, Chair.
So, Chairperson, whilst we still have challenges, despite this progress, we still have challenges relating to the delivery and maintenance of the locomotive fleet. I think a lot has been done, though, over this past year for us to increase the locomotive fleet. So we still have the challenges, as we've indicated, about on the availability. However, we have deployed some new locomotives, the locomotives that we are building in the factory in Durban. We have continued to deploy that on the coal line specifically. On the reliability issues, we've contracted with the OEM to undertake some certain repairs, and on some of the CRRC locomotives, we have also appointed what we call a step-in OEM to support us in respect of those locomotives. So, Chairperson, you can see on the right there of this particular slide of the fleet, what has been worked on, what is then available, and what is, you can see the contracts for 69 locomotives, 51 have been completed. Of the Alstom fleet, we are at a number of 198 out of 250 new builds, and we should finish the build of all of that in this financial year. And then on the CRRC fleet, Chairperson, one other thing. We became aware of, you recall that when the agreement was terminated, there was also the part supply and maintenance agreement that the Chinese then terminated and did not deliver on. We became aware of spare parts that were in warehouses in the country. We approached the courts and were able to, through the sheriff, attach spare parts that were in warehouses, in different warehouses in the country. I think we've been able to attach, it's a total of just over 2,200 spares, but they are still not sufficient for us to deal adequately with the long-standing fleet. You can see the number there, 216 out of the 481 still remain out of service, Chairperson. That being said, Chair, we go to the financial performance. I'm going to ask the Group Chief Financial Officer to take us through these numbers. Nosipho?
Thanks, GCE, and good morning, Chair, Honourable Minister and members. Just with regard to the financial performance, I'll try and run very quickly through this. The Chair, as the GCE has eloquently spoken to the volume improvements, you will see that showing up in the revenue growth in the financial year of 7.8%, which then increased our revenue to 82.7 billion. On the right-hand side, you will see that comparison, year-on-year comparison. You also see that the bulk of our revenue comes from TFR, the rail business, as well as the ports. So between those two, they have, or three businesses, they have the four actually, if you add the new trim. They have the biggest contribution in revenue for Transnet, which makes sense. And then below that, you'll see the breakdown by each of the different operating divisions. But before I spend any time on that, the net operating cost, you'll see also there was a 4.9 billion rand reduction in our OPEX, and OPEX you will expect to increase on a year-on-year basis as a result of inflationary movements, but I think one of the biggest movers in the year was the settlement, the NATREF settlement that both the GCE and GCLO has spoken to, which had a huge financial impact because we had to reverse the provision that was raised in the year that the judgment happened in 2024, in the prior year. So in those 2 years, you'll see the impact of the NATREF settlement. Then from an earnings before interest, tax, dividends, and amortizations, we also saw a growth of over 39% to 30.6 billion rand in the year. The net loss, and I'll show that in a following slide, reduced to 1.9 billion rand. It was still a loss, but it was significantly reduced from over 7 billion in the prior year. There was a 74% improvement. Capex investment also grew from 17 billion in the prior year to 24 billion, 44.2% increase, which made sense to us because of the investment that we have to make in our operating assets in the business. I'll speak to that in a later slide. Next slide, please. This slide talks to the reduction in the OPEX that I have spoken to, but I think the key message of this slide is where we're spending our money as Transnet. You'll see 56% goes to personnel costs, 19% to energy and fuel costs, and then 7% in maintenance. Security features strongly there at 6%. GCE did speak to the 4 billion that we invest in security to protect our assets as Transnet. If we go to the next slide. The next slide talks to the reduction in the loss year on year from that 7.3 billion that was reported and audited in 2024 down to 1.9 billion. So I think the big changes in the net loss came from the growth in revenue of 6 billion rand, or 5.992 billion to be exact, the reduction in OPEX of 2.6 billion rand. Depreciation grows because of the additional investment that we made in our asset base, which are really the biggest changes on there. The other one that is of significance is the growth in net finance cost, which both the chairman and the GCE spoke to, which is as a result of the increases in the borrowings by the business. If we go to the next slide, the next slide speaks to two things. The one is the borrowings, as well as the second one being the credit ratings. So from a borrowing point of view, we opened the year with 137.6 billion rand in our books. In the year, we had to raise 29.1, partly to service repayments that were due in that period of 21 billion. The difference went into supplementing our investment in capital expenditure. Therefore, we closed the year with 144.7 billion rand, which then drives the finance cost that we showed earlier. We're also happy to say and acknowledge the government guarantees that we got from the shareholder, which really help us just in terms of supporting our debt raising activities. So from a credit rating point of view, we are rated by two agencies, Moody's and S&P Global. From a foreign currency point of view, I think they're very similar. BA3 for Moody's with a stable outlook, B+ for S&P also with a stable outlook. And then from a baseline credit assessment and a standalone basis, we sit at CA1 for Moody's and CCC+ for S&P Global. If we go to the next...
Sorry, can you just go back? The third bullet point on the left-hand side, additional 46.2 billion for existing debt as a result of the ratings downgrade. Can you explain the mechanics and the implication there?
Yeah, so what happened in the middle of last year, the two rating agencies had a rating activity, and they, at the time, they were threatening to downgrade Transnet significantly. The fiscus came to the party and the shareholder came to the party, and therefore the loans that were affected by that credit rating condition amounted to 46.2 billion. So the fiscus came to the party and offered additional guarantees of 46.2 billion. That's what it means.
Okay, I think I get what you're saying. So
Yeah.
what we try and do is to make the information accessible to the public. Okay, so let's do it this way. So what concern did the ratings agencies raise
Yeah.
at the time?
So they raised two key concerns. One was liquidity. So liquidity on the basis of the volume growth, which at the time, I think they looked at the historical performance on volumes and they had challenges with that. And they looked at the cash that we had access to as a business at the time. And on the basis of that, they said, we do not necessarily like your current credit rating, and we're seeing a risk. But with the government guarantee, additional government guarantee.
Let's do it in steps. So let's do it in steps. I know where you're going, but you're speaking like a CA, and we need to take the CA out of it. Okay, so let's take it in steps. So they raise a concern
Yes.
that the operational performance, so the operating revenue, does not appear to be able to support you in respect of all your loan obligations. Right? Would I be putting it well if I put it like that?
Yeah.
Right? Okay. Because the volumes had dropped, as you showed us in the other slide. And so if in their view, and I'm playing this back to you now from what you said, so, and you need to correct me if I'm putting it wrong. So in their view, unless the operating performance accelerated, which it didn't look like it was going to do, you might be at risk of not being able to service those loans, right? Okay, so that's, and as a result of that, they might need to downgrade Transnet. What would the implication of that downgrade be?
Thanks, Chair. I think you explained it so well. So the implication at the time meant that if we faced a downgrade, Transnet would have been expected to produce a check for 46.2 billion immediately. On the day that they say we downgrade, Transnet must come through with 4.6 billion, which we did not have.
Okay, because the credit rating was it a condition of the facilities?
Correct.
Okay, that's okay. So it was a sort of a covenant issue between Transnet
borrowers.
and the lenders.
Correct.
Okay, I get you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. All right, so I guess I can step off that slide, Chair. All right, thank you, Chair. Then, Chair, I spoke at the start about the investments, the additional investment that we're making in our assets, that's operating infrastructure and operating equipment. So at the start of the financial year, we had an asset base of 295 billion, I'm rounding up slightly, billion. We invested the additional 24 billion in those assets in that year. Now, because of our accounting treatment and depreciation, we had to take off 18.8 billion, which then left us with a balance at the end of the year of 299.7 billion. So when you look at the start to the end, in spite of investing 24 billion, the growth in the asset base was only 1.6 billion. I hope I'm not, thanks, Chair. And then the question of where the investments were made, you'll see that 68% of that investment rightfully went into the rail asset base, and 27% went into the ports asset base. And it is obviously not nearly enough, as you will see from the donut below, which shows that 85% of our asset investment is to replace the aging infrastructure, and equipment, and 15% only is for expansion. I think that's that on that page. Then if I then just go very briefly to the next slide. The next slide, Chair, speaks to what Transnet is doing to assist with the reduction of the huge borrowings that we carry, and also the consequential borrowing cost reduction. So there's a number of initiatives that we're pushing. The first one being the operational targets. This is the volumes and improvement in operational performance. Cost control is also a big feature of that. The asset disposals, where we dispose of non-core or assets from Transnet. And then lastly, the debt optimization and deleveraging of the balance sheet. So a lot of those initiatives, and the GCE did speak to that extensively in terms of what we are doing, including the utilization of the budget for infrastructure grant. Then if one looks at that from a numbers point of view, we then, in terms of the corporate plan, understood that our debt will then peak in this current financial year that ends in 2 weeks' time. We envisage that it will grow to 156.7 billion, but the plan is to reduce it down to 107 billion. I think that's over 40 billion rand reduction in a space of 5 years, as per the current approved corporate plan. And obviously, Chair, with that, what will happen then is that our debt levels, as our debt levels reduce, our level of finance cost, and therefore the associated bottom line effect will improve over the corporate plan period. The next slide, Chair, I'm going to hand over to my group CPO, who will speak to the irregular expenditure. But I think the one good point, next slide, please. The one good point is the reduction and ongoing management efforts to reduce irregular and fruitless expenditure. Thank you, Chair. GCP. Oh.
Chair, I think before we go, just back on the slide, Chair, you'll see we mentioned the proceeds of the Pier 2 transaction, the 25-year concession, after which that returns to the state. So right now, it's pure operational control of that business, and we've in return received the 10.5. You'll see that come through in the new financial year statements, and then of course we indicate the impact of the other transactions. I think what is also important, Chairperson, because the question was asked, is the grants that have been awarded by the Treasury through the budget facility for infrastructure. We applied for 4 projects and we were successful in 3 out of 4. That is a total of around just over 14 billion, which then also reduces, as I've said, the need for us to go to the market for our intention. In fact, our numbers for investment in capital expenditure for the next 5 years is around about 25 billion a year. This allows us to supplement that with the budget facility for infrastructure, and we've got a new wave of applications that we are now targeting for the April window so that we can further reduce that. In addition, Chairperson, the matter of government guarantees, we've pretty much concluded the process of requesting government guarantees for our full corporate plan. There should be no need for Transnet to go to government within this 5-year period for further government guarantees. What the government guarantee has now allowed us to do is to go back to lenders and to renegotiate the terms of existing loan agreements. So what you'll find, Chairperson, is that our finance costs will come down, and our tenure of the periods over which these agreements are also over longer periods. And we've also been able to remove some onerous covenants that we've had the experience of in the previous financial years. Chair, we'll go to the matter of irregular expenditure. Yes, a reduction, but still not where we would like to be. Shall I hand over to Vule to deal with this one?
No, thanks very much, GCE, Honorable Chair and Minister and members. Good morning. I am going to take you through 4 slides with regards to the progress that we are making in terms of the reduction of irregular expenditure within supply chain management. And I am encouraged to see that there's a big improvement that we've made since the time when we took over in roundabout 2021 up to where we are today. And specifically, there are a number of areas where I need to comment on in terms of the good progress that we've made. And this is the areas where the progress that we've made here had a major impact in terms of the reduction of the irregular expenditure. You would note, Chair, that in my slide I've indicated, the area of progress. I'm just going to talk to 5 of them. The area that is very, very critical was the strengthening of the governance oversight, which is very critical in terms of ensuring that one minimizes or eliminate the irregular expenditure. And in this area, we have hired a general manager that is responsible in terms of supply chain management, compliance, and governance. And this area is working with the different ODs to make sure that the compliance is adhered to. And the other area is the improvement in terms of the reporting, monitoring, and the deviations in terms of any contract expansion or any other procurement that does not follow the normal process of procurement. We have got a team of people that would look at that and make sure that they give a green light in terms of the alliance with the processes as well as the regulations from National Treasury. And then the other part, Chair, is the implementation of the audit action plans, to redress the Auditor General findings and to prevent the repeat audit findings. And, in terms of, as of the 31st of January 2026, we had around about, 470 Auditor General audit findings. And out of those, around about 43% of them were, resolved and closed. And I do see that 43% is a small amount, but, there's a lot of them that are in progress at the moment. And I'll be able to talk about the process in terms of the implementation of the procurement digital processes that we have within the organization. That is going to help us to close the remainder of these findings. The other area, Chair, that we have looked at is the strengthening of and the monitoring of the procurement transactions across all operating divisions. Within each and every OD, we have got a person that looks after supply chain governance and compliance. And in terms of the process, when the RFP goes to the market, they get involved, and they are also form part of what we call real-time assurance in terms of the evaluation of the bids. And the other area that we have done exceptionally well is the improved in terms of collaboration and coordination within the organization between procurement, finance, internal audit, and risk management. So, just maybe to put it in perspective, the irregular expenditure that we have, in 2023, 2024, was sitting at about 3.8 billion, and that has been reduced to 3.2 billion. And in that reporting year, we only had around about 279 million of new cases. The rest were the irregular expenditure for the multi-year contracts. And the fruitless and wasteful expenditure increased to 42 million rands, and it was mainly from one incident where we had a contract that, did not necessarily comply with all the requirements in terms of our processes. And I'm just going to talk briefly, Chair, in terms of what are the, causes of, procurement-related irregular expenditure. They mainly they are really related to the non-compliance with our supply chain management policies, as well as the regulatory framework that we need to operate under in terms of Section 217 of the Constitution, as well as other, regulations that come from National Treasury. And the other issue is the issue regarding contract expansions, where you'd find that the contracts are expanded beyond the amount that is available within the contract. I will move on to the next slide, Chair. And the next slide, is answering the questions that were asked with regards to emergency contract that were issued, during the year 2024-2025 that resulted in irregular expenditure. You would be able to see on the left-hand side where there is below the OD, this is mainly the two ODs where we have this challenge is Transnet Engineering and mainly TRIM, Transnet Rail Infrastructure Manager. And what we've done here, Chair, we've just put in the key issues, in terms of the questions that were asked. The irregular expenditure that came in, that we still, obviously at the moment, we are still under assessment, is, all these transactions that you see on the left-hand side. And then the reason why these were irregular, they did not follow the right delegation of authority. And I just need to indicate specifically that it's important that the delegation of authority was coming from the policy point of view. The policy hadn't been approved at the time when the action in terms of the activities that are related on the left-hand side took place. And what we've done is supply chain management. We have included part of the MCA as part of the normal procurement process. And if these transactions were taken today, this would not have been seen as irregular expenditure, Chair. So can we move on to the next slide?
Chairperson, maybe if I could add, when we started implementing the recovery plan, we went to the board with processes that we called business unusual processes because of the situation we found ourselves in. Now, Chair, you'll see that by far the majority, in fact, all of these relate to largely security contracts. Security contracts, we went to market, Chairperson. And when we received the first bids back, and after evaluation, in fact, the numbers that were coming back per company far exceeded the total that we were currently paying. We then decided that the team needed to go back to market because the numbers were just unaffordable. However, Chairperson, one cannot stop security. So we needed to, on an emergency basis, maintain the security that we've had in some of these areas. And unfortunately, it is seen, we are busy doing the assessments as we speak, but these are now the transactions that are being seen as irregular. So it leaves one with a very difficult, you in a very difficult position, Chairperson. If we stop this expenditure, there will be no security on these lines, and we know that we will be attacked. So as we move forward, there is a process of applying for condonation and the like, and once we've established what it is that needs to happen here, then we will deal with this irregular expenditure. That is unfortunately the difficulty that in which we sit. You'll see, Chairperson, we believe that this contract, we are hoping to finalize this by May of this year. But until such time that that is done, unfortunately, we have to continue to protect this network because we don't have any other way to do that, Chairperson. Do you want to go to the extensions?
Yeah. No, thanks very much. The next slide is really talking about the contract extensions and amendments. You would see that the number of contracts that we've extended and amended in the year is around about 204 of those transactions, and the total value was around about 3.1 billion. And the breakdown is from the point of view from the single source is an area where there's only one service provider that is providing those services. There were 81 of them, and the total value was 2.6 billion. And then emergency procurement, is 119 transactions, and the value is 299 million. And the sole source, my apology, the single source confinement is an area where you are working with the OEMs and specifically in terms of Transnet Engineering. And the sole source, we have got 4 transactions that amounted to 103 million, and the total were 204 transactions, like what I said, that contributed about 3.1 billion. And below there is really the breakdown in terms of where they are coming from, per OD. And in terms of the contract extensions at the bottom of the slide, Chair, we basically indicating where they are coming from in terms of, the other ones, the extensions are where we are basically extending the contract, and the amendments is where we are basically amending the scope in terms of the contracts. And the increase that we have from the 2023-2024, we have 159 transactions, and 2024-2025 we had 271 transactions, and there was a 70% increase. And this 70% increase, Chair, is justifiable from the point of view that you would find that some of the contracts that we were running, they were multi-year contracts, and the services that we needed were not concluded at the time when the contracts were coming to an end, and we needed to make sure that we extend those contracts so that we can be able to conclude on the service. Can we move on to the next slide, please? The next slide, Chair, is talking about, what are we doing as supply chain management to prevent the recurrence in terms of irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure within the organization. The group chief executive and the chairperson of the board indicated at the beginning of his opening speech that we are implementing Transnet digital procurement system, and this is the system that is live, and in December all 7 ODs went live, and it's a system that is really helping us a lot in the sense that procurement happens everywhere within Transnet. It is very difficult for one to be able to go and put in, as much as we put policies and procedures and standard operating procedure across the business, it's always a challenge for all people to comply. So this system is basically the end-to-end system that takes into consideration all 5 modules that we have within supply chain management, coming from the demand management, tender management, strategic sourcing, technical sourcing, contract management, and over and above that, Chair, it has a help desk in case if maybe somebody is struggling to understand what's happening, they go to the help desk. The help desk will be able to support, and the BEE reporting is going to be automated as well. And already now today, when you raise your complaints in terms of supply chain abuse, you do that electronically, and there's visibility in terms of that. This system, Chair, it takes into consideration the DOA that I spoke about, where we were found wanting in terms of non-compliance with the DOA. The DOA is built into the system, and at the moment we are comfortable that the issue of non-compliance with the DOA and limitation of scope in terms of the documents not found is a thing of the past. Over and above that, Chair, we have improved in terms of the procurement manuals for revenue generation. This was an area that we had a bit of a challenge in this part of the business, and we are doing very well in terms of ensuring that where we have got challenges, in terms of the dispute, we escalate that timeously to National Treasury, and this has been, dealt with, robustly as well. And then the other area is the standardization of the governance templates which we build into the system, Chair, and this is helping us in terms of ensuring that everything that we do within the organization is standardized in terms of the evaluation of our bids as well as the contract extension protocols. And in terms of the strengthening of the internal control environment, then we've put in certain processes that we put in place within our environment. Some of them are the issues like the oversight committee that was established to speed up the consequence management, and we've got people that come from people management, people from finance, people that are responsible in terms of and people from line to make sure that we process the consequence management effectively. And over and above that, we have put in what we call a sanction guideline, so that we can standardize the process in terms of consequence management, because it has been a bit of a challenge, and a lot of our requests for condonation that we sent to National Treasury were rejected because of the fact that we did not have a standardized process. And the other areas, Chair, where we are doing what we are doing at the moment in terms of ensuring that we improve in terms of our governance is the procurement transformation initiatives. There are a number of those. I'll just talk to 2 or 3 of them. And then the other one is the real-time assurance, reviews by supply chain management governance. This is where we do real-time assurance where supply chain management governance are part of the process. And over and above that, Chair, is basically we enhance the monitoring in collaboration with our own internal audit in terms of all high-risk, high-value tenders to ensure that we don't find ourselves wanting. Can we move on to the next slide? Yeah, the next slide, Chair, I will hand over to the Group Chief Executive to take us through. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. As we come to the conclusion, Chair, of course, the Auditor General has raised a number of findings. We appreciate the cooperation that also we're getting from the Auditor General. They are in our space, Chairperson, all of the time. We understand why that is, Chair. Unfortunately, we come from a very difficult past, and we are trying very hard to deal with these matters. The Auditor General's concerns, Chairperson, around persistent non-compliance, particularly in the area of procurement and the way we manage our expenditure, I think those are valid, Chairperson. We're trying to work very closely with them. Also, through our chairperson of our audit committee, we have, we've engaged on audit action plans, as well as the progress in respect of those audit action plans. So, Chairperson, of course, the Auditor General, in its report, made a number of findings and recommendations as well. And we'd like to, of course, respond to, indicate how we've dealt with some of them. So in terms of our recovery plan, it was indicated that we are restoring the network performance. We've implemented some very key interventions under the supervision of our Chief Operating Officer, accelerating our maintenance plans, making sure that we recover or rehabilitate the networks so that we can move the kind of volumes that is expected of us to be able to grow the economy. We have reinforced our governance and accountability frameworks, particularly within supply chain management, but across the business. I can tell you, Chair, I should not be complaining about it because I think accountability is important, but by far nowadays, when we are employing people these days, it is for compliance purposes. Because this business is so big, and if you miss out on a step, it is regarded as irregular. So there's a lot of work going on to make sure that people do what is expected of them, but also that we, as the head of procurement is indicating, that we implement consequence management where necessary. Chair, you would have noted in the newspaper recently, there would have been media reports. We have since January suspended at least 9 people. We will probably be suspending more as we continue with our investigations. We are also working on, in fact, we have identified a number of private companies who are colluding with our people to ensure that contracts come their way. We've identified the modus operandi. We've identified individuals, and some of them are going through disciplinary processes as we speak. And as we continue with our investigations, we believe that more will be going through those kind of processes. Our security strategy, Chairperson, we work together with the CSIR, who is assisting us on making sure that we have the correct holistic interventions identified so that we can, implement the mechanisms that will actually have an impact on the number of security incidents that we are experiencing. And then, Chair, the matter of debt management, I think we've spoken about adequately, that we are actively engaging on mechanisms and ways and means to reduce the level of debt. And I think, we've put numbers in front of you. We are actually better than the numbers that we've presented to you for 24-25. We believe that at the end of this financial year, those numbers will be an even better numbers. And then, of course, Chair, very important for us, us the structures that we've put in place to ensure that we do not have these governance lapses and repeat audit findings. So, of course, a lot of work going in together with the support of the chairperson of the audit committee, that not only are we ready for audits when they happen, but that we reduce the kind of findings that we have been experiencing as a business. Chairperson, the rest of the slides really speaks to the way forward in terms of our strategy. You know, who are the stakeholders and what is expected from each of them, and what are we doing, in fact, in respect of all of them. And I think, Chair, I would like to end it there. Thank you very much. I think I've covered.
All right. Thank you very much, Minister, Chair, and the Group Chief Executive and your colleagues for that presentation. So we're going to take a break for 15 minutes, like I said, and then when we come back, so we seeing your whole, the significant part of your portfolio this week, Minister. So we've divided the labor among the members. So we'll give each of the members who are dealing with certain topics a significant time to just have an exchange with you, but it's not all of us will do that, and then the rest of us will ask some follow-up questions. When we return, I'll just ask one or two points for clarification about one of the earlier slides, but I'll tell you which one it is. So can we come back at 20 past 11? Thank you. Okay, shall we resume, colleagues, so that we can be out of here before midnight? No. Thank you very much, colleagues. So, just checking with the members, you've got the allocation of themes, just to be certain. Okay, that's fine. I just have some clarity-seeking questions. If you can, please, Ms. Phillips, just go back to I think the very first or second slide where you outline the strategy and you talk about the infrastructure manager. I think it's that one, yes. Can you just explain how that's working operationally in terms of governance? So the idea is, and I'm just trying to play back my understanding to you. So the idea is that the actual locomotives and trains that belong to Transnet remain under TFR, and then the rail infrastructure itself is managed by a separate entity. So that's the idea. And then it becomes that entity that deals with the private operators, deals with TFR, and also the regulator. So basically, so that is the logic. That's how it's supposed to work. Okay, so I'm clarified there. The second part that I wanted you to just quickly clarify has got to do with the 1064 locomotives, because there's an issue the Auditor General raised, and you mentioned in that slide, and I think you can go to it, where the advocate was. Ooh, I hope you've got a charger somewhere here. Really? Okay. But we can talk about it, because I also think it can be explained nonetheless. Okay, is it not working? Okay, I'll ask my team to also assist, but let's deal with the question. It doesn't necessarily need the, okay. No worries.
Do we have an extension somewhere else?
Okay, we are sorted. Happiness. Okay. Okay, nothing like a bit of a cable drama to to brighten things up. Okay, so I just wanted for you to assist us here. So one of the things, and the people from the Auditor General are here, I hope I'm not misrepresenting you. So if I do, please put up your hand. But one of the things I explained was that with some of the, especially the CRRC contract, but there may be others, that part of what fell away, or fell between the cracks, was a maintenance portion of the contract, and that with that not being available, you were at some point, I don't know if that continues, and you might want to assist us with that there is a difficulty with accessing spare parts and so on, and you are then having to basically kind of steal from some of the locomotives in order to repair others. That was an issue the Auditor General raised with us. Can you just, in a few minutes, just give us an update on that situation?
Thank you, Chair, and I think the COO may help me as well. So, Chair, when the, let's call it the purchase agreement, when that was declared irregular and then terminated, the Chinese, in return, then decided to terminate the maintenance agreement, which was a separate agreement, but usually when you buy equipment, you'd buy equipment and you would have a support agreement that would go along with it. So when that first agreement was terminated, they then decided to also then terminate their maintenance support as well as their part supply agreement. What happened then was that as obviously the locomotives were being utilized, when they end up in a problem or either there's a derailment or something goes wrong and the machine does not work anymore, we now did not have the external support to help with the repair of the locomotive or fixing so that the locomotive can get back into service. Because now we don't have any support for those locomotives. That's what happened. So what the teams have had to do, I would suspect in certain instances, so you may have 2 locomotives, right? Both are out of service. You don't have the part for the one locomotive. But this locomotive, the second locomotive, if you maybe take a part from that locomotive and put it into this locomotive, at least you have 1 locomotive running rather than 2 locomotives standing. And I think it's those decisions that people would have had to make on the ground. I don't know, I'm not the technical person, but maybe Solly can help.
No, that is sufficient. So in that context then, I just want to just, you see at the bottom there of the middle column, right at the end, there is that part that is in bold. The CRRC settlement concluded, so there's that first part and there's a comma, but implementation stalled due to failure to meet conditions precedent. What does that mean in English?
No, so those conditions precedent have nothing to do, in fact, with these other agreements. Those conditions precedent, they expected, they requested certain other things. What they requested was the matter that they had outstanding with the Reserve Bank and the matter that they had outstanding with the revenue services needed to go away in order for them to then continue to support or to settle this agreement. They wanted Transnet to agree to matters in that agreement that were effectively outside of our control. We could not resolve. Remember at the time, Chairperson, the Reserve Bank and Sandra will help me, and the revenue services had shut their accounts. They could not trade in the country anymore because their bank accounts, for all intents and purposes, had been closed and frozen. They wanted all of that to, in essence, go away. What both entities, my understanding, had indicated to them was, we can try and resolve this problem, but you need to tell us who did what when. And they were not willing to provide that information.
Okay, no,
So those are the conditions.
Okay, so as I understand, then, they as a consequence of the contract that was set aside and the activities relating thereto, have ongoing, let us say, disputes and difficulties with the South African Reserve Bank and the South African Revenue Service. They are using that, on your explanation, they are saying they can't continue with the Transnet portion if those 2 matters are not resolved with those 2 state entities in effect, and those matters remain unresolved as of now. Okay, so I just needed to understand that. The last one, and then I'll hand over to Honorable Skosan. The last one has to do with the disposal of non-core assets. So when the AG was speaking to us on the state of affairs as of the 31st of March 2025, there appeared to be some uncertainty as to what those assets are, whether you had worked out the valuation of those assets, and therefore what that portion on the balance sheet of the non-core assets was affected, such that your obligations in terms of your turnaround plan with Treasury can then, it's an extra box to tick in terms of the performance that was expected. I understood the issue to be that at the moment, because we asked them what those assets are. They weren't quite clear, but they did explain some of the difficulties where, the non-core portion is conjoined with a portion that is core to the operations of Transnet and so on. Can you just explain to us how far you are in the process of identifying, valuing, and then implementing that process of disposal?
So, Chairperson, we've had to put, in fact, additional structures in place to deal with exactly this question. We've, in fact, to manage the portfolio, we sit with a property portfolio that includes things like residential housing, hostels, properties that have absolutely nothing to do with the generation of revenue that is linked to the movement of freight, for argument's sake. So many years ago, we had bought land parcels, residential houses. At the time, they could be used for our employees, and yes, we still have some of them for employees, but by far there are a few thousand of properties, residential properties, that we cannot use, and that we, in fact, as part of our self-help mechanism that government then said to us is you need to dispose of anything that is non-core. So there are some commercial properties. You'll find shopping centers where people are leasing from us, residential houses. Some of them are our employees, some of them are illegally occupied at the moment. There are also land parcels that are not necessarily connected to the movement of freight. And those are the ones that we, as we identify them, Chairperson, we then have to obtain ministerial approval for the disposal, and then we go to market. So what we've done, we've appointed a transaction advisor that can look at what is the best way to dispose of these properties. You may, in certain instances, decide that you want to go, because there are some very good properties and some very bad properties. What we don't want is to be sitting with the bad properties anyway at the end, and then we've got all these costs that go together with those properties that we can't do anything with. And we've identified, I think it's quite a big number. It's, I don't know, 5,000, 6,000 odd properties. What has happened also subsequently, because we've now been doing this and going to market, we find that a number of the other departments, municipalities have now been engaging us, also requesting for certain of these properties, and we're going through processes with them on those. So at the same time, Chairperson, outside of these that we consider of non-core, we are also what we call rationalizing our business. We're focusing on those areas where we know we specifically need support, and other areas where we don't need that support, we can possibly get away with not having certain depots in certain areas. And we have actually gone through a process of rationalization of depots as well. We have, I think, 132, thereabouts, depots across the country. Some of those lines are not necessarily working. Those can also possibly be disposed of, and we are also in the process of identifying those.
All right.
146.
146 depots, you said. That refers to depots across the country. Okay, thank you very much. So, honorable members, I'm going to allocate 15 minutes for an exchange between yourselves and the colleagues from Transnet, so I won't interfere. I will just keep the clock here together with my boss on my left, and then give a notification when it's time to ask a last question. Okay, Honorable Skosana, please go ahead.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, and good day to all honorable members, the Minister of Transport, and the team from Transnet, the board and the executive management, the AG and all other stakeholders that are present. No, we appreciate an opportunity to have a conversation with the Transnet team. I think we're noting the steps that you are taking, Chair of the board, that we have indicated in terms of addressing a number of challenges that you are faced with as an entity. And also noting the point that was raised by the Chair earlier, the fact that we are only meeting now to deal with the audit outcomes of 2024, 2025, which is almost at the end of another financial year. So there are matters that might have been raised by the AG, which the status might have changed in almost a year, in a period of almost a year up to now. But I think as we raise these questions, I think you will be able to, to fill the gaps and make us comfortable. With regards to the audit opinion, I think you have received an unqualified audit opinion with matters of emphasis for the 5th consecutive year, if not more than that. Well, it's a good audit opinion, but I'm just wondering, why are you unable to graduate to a clean audit? And I'm noting that the AG, it's still raising, the AG is still raising matters of material repeat findings of non-compliance, of poor performance reporting, and of irregular expenditures and so forth, which in my view, those may be the things that hold you, that makes you not to be able to graduate to a fully clean audit. And then also the issue of audit action plan. I understand that you do have an audit action plan as usually that you normally do on annual basis. But my question is, why is your audit action plan inadequate? Why is it through the audit action plan you are unable to address all these repeat matters that are being raised by the AG year after year? Yeah, I will stop there for now and get responses. Now you can respond.
Can I start, Honourable Member, and say that I think it is correct to say that we do have a clean audit opinion, but with matters of emphasis. And I must tell you that as a board, we are seized with these matters and are as concerned about them as you are raising them. Maybe 3 points I want to raise. One is that even the process that is involved in cleaning up these matters is a regulated process, which takes its own time and which we need to observe and make sure that we regularize some of the matters that have brought this position to us. And that is in train as we speak. The second point I want to raise is that indeed the financial health of the organization is inextricably linked to these matters. So to the extent that we resolve these matters, it also means that we are closing some of the leakages in the business and in the process restore the company into financial health. So we're very much aware of the impact that these matters have on the business. And thirdly, to say that the leadership, the executive leadership, is really seized with these matters, to address them, not so much the symptoms of these matters, but to actually go through the root causes of what has brought these matters to bear. And as I hand over to the chair of audit, just to give you a sense of the process that we have installed and put into place with full accountability to the board as to how we intend to address these matters. And we believe that these processes are pretty robust, and in the next couple of years, we will be able to resolve these matters to the satisfaction of the committee, but also to restore the confidence of the public and all the other users of the financial statements. So, Chair of Audit, if you can be very brief, but just outline to the committee what is the work that you and your team are undertaking to make sure that these matters are addressed fully and comprehensively. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chair. So it is correct that the AGSA raised the issue of an ineffective audit action plan in the previous financial year, that is 24-25. So what we did as the audit committee post the audit process, we crafted the audit improvement plan to respond to some of the issues raised by the AGSA, and the objective of that exercise is to improve the audit outcome. You also raised the issue of not graduating from an unqualified audit outcome to a clean audit. So the focus of this exercise is really to focus on the repeat findings that the AGSA keeps raising year on year. And we interrogated them, or interrogated the remedial plan, and we extended the invite to the AGSA to be part of that session so that we work with them in putting together that audit action plan. And the chair, as the chair indicated, the focus was really to go back to the root causes of the findings to ensure that they do not recur. Further to that, we assigned internal audit to assist us to test the remedial measures that management had put together from an adequacy point of view before we even implement. And the second part, or the second phase of that process, is to then test the effectiveness of the implementation of the remedial measures. The issue at Transnet has always been the fact that the audit process does not conclude at the end of July, leaving us with about 4 or 5 months to implement the remedial plan. But also, we have discussed this with the AGSA, and we have identified the reasons why the audit process takes very long. For the 24-25 financial year, the audit process ended in August instead of July. And the remedial plan was put together at the beginning of November, leaving us with 4 months to actually implement. So we've identified the need for some of the areas to be audited earlier, that is SCM, ICT, and performance information, so that when we submit the AFS to the AGSA on the 31st of July, the focus is on the annual financial statements. That will assist us to receive the report at least by the end of July. What we've also discussed at a board level and also in that session is to resolve all disputes that we have with the AGSA and do so timely. So we had disputes in the SCM space, we had disputes in ICT, so we have really implored both management and the AGSA to resolve those during the current financial year so that we move into 25-26 audit with a clean slate. And from a financial reporting point of view, which is an area that is very contentious because it's an area of, judgment where we do revaluations. So we've also requested management to get the valuation experts early, provide reports to the AGSA timely before we even submit the AFS to them. And where we have, in areas of risk, put together position papers and submit those to the AGSA. We are attempting to really address the issues early. Long-term measures is really the investment in technology by both the AGSA, by way of an audit software, and from our end, by digitizing key business processes. But that's a long-term measure. The other long-term measure is for AGSA to place the reliance on the work of internal audit. It's a project that we are undertaking together with the board to ensure that, AGSA over a period of time place the reliance on the work of internal audit. But that requires on our end as Transnet that we strengthen the internal control environment. Maybe for the current financial year, as part of audit readiness, because we have new transactions like the separation of TRIM and TFR, we've also put together position papers, submitted them to the AGSA to ensure that it's done timely. We've also got an internal audit to assist us with reviewing those. And getting us ready for year end. So those are the measures that we are putting in place. But the intention of all of this is for us to graduate from an unqualified audit opinion with a number of material misstatements to a clean audit outcome. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much. If we were in the ad hoc committee, I would have stopped you and say your answer is too long. But unfortunately, we are not in the ad hoc committee. So, Chair of the Audit Committee, the measures that you are talking about, do they also address the issue of submitting annual financial statements that don't have mistakes, that are clear from the start, not relying on the AG, because you get them right, but you only get them right after the AG has corrected you. So does those measures also include that? And then secondly, are you making use of consultants in dealing with financial reporting matters and also on the issues of financial statements? If yes, how much does it cost the entity to pay those consultants?
Thank you very much. Chair, on the second question, I would request that your CFO to respond to that. The use of consultants. That has not been brought to our attention as the audit committee. What I did not indicate at the beginning of the session is that I was appointed to the board of Transnet in August last year. So this would be my first cycle with them this year. So I do not know about consultants. My understanding is that we have fully qualified people to put together the AFS. So I'm not aware of that, but the GCFO can respond to it. Thanks.
Chair, on the question of consultants, in fact, as Transnet, I think we have a large contingent of CAs employed, professional qualified CAs employed by the business. So we close to zero reliance on consultants in doing our work. The matters of contention that the AG has raised are matters of IFRS interpretation, where we are always at loggerheads with the AG. But the plan is, going forward, what we do is we engage on our interpretation and calculations so that we align before we close the financial statements. So what has happened in the past, we at Transnet, we're holding the view that we submit the initial pack on the 31st of May, and that is draft. And then after engagement with the AG, we then finalize some of the key numbers, particularly the revaluation numbers, which are very subject to judgment by both the AG as well as management. So we have agreed with the AG that the financial statements at 31 May that we submit to the AG will be final, so that we don't end up with adjustments post 31 May. Thanks.
Last one.
All right. No, thank you very much. Yeah, my last question is with regards to the issue of your overall performance, because despite the recovery efforts that we're undertaking to stabilize operations, what are the factors that caused your achievements to fall from 28.6% in 2024 to 27.8% in 2025? And what remedial actions have been implemented to address these shortfalls? And how is progress being monitored to ensure improved performance? Thank you very much.
Trich, I'm still struggling with the stats. If you can just repeat the stats you were saying, there was a decline of?
There's a decline of about a percentage from 28.6% in 2024. Let me say in 2023-24 to 27.8% in 2024-2025.
Which indicator is that? That income statement? Is that profit?
Shareholder compact, Chair.
Or the shareholder compact?
Yes.
Okay. Michelle, can you handle that?
It's a bit of a tough one, Chairperson, because the numbers are correct. I think the difficulty with us is that our responsibility for since in fact the start of the 24-25 financial year has been one, not only getting the stopping the bleeding and getting the performance, the operational performance up, but also at the same time having to deal with the transformation and the reform objectives. And a number of these matters that are in the shareholder compact, which is where that those numbers come from, have to deal with certain timelines that in fact were impossible of achievement. But the way the system runs is that once the shareholder compact is signed off, and you've got then in addition government guarantee conditions, and sometimes there's misalignment between the two, we have challenges in the business being able to meet all of these requirements. So for this past financial year, you'll find that decline. However, Chairperson, if we were sitting here now a few months from now discussing the 25-26 financial year, you'll see an absolute marked improvement in where we are currently. So I think, in fact, Andrew, the number is now 80%?
Yes, 80%.
Where we are now. So not to excuse where we were last year, Chairperson, but I think it's one, maybe a factor of, us stabilizing the business, stabilizing leadership, making sure that the operations are stabilized and that the bleeding stops. And then at the same time, we having to deal with the requirements of the government guarantee as well as the reforms that needed to be implemented. But as I've said, we seem to have gotten into the rhythm now. And as we sit on that performance, Minister, we are currently sitting at about 80%. The matters that continue to be work in progress are in fact matters where, again, government is supporting us with, because yes, we have to implement the policies, but there are certain matters that needs to be finalized before those policies can in fact be realized. Thanks, Chair.
All right. Thank you very much. Yes, Minister.
I think that what we need to say in Transnet's defense is that the 24-25 financial year would have been the transition year. And you would be aware that as shareholder, we only acquired this agency on the 31st of August. And at that point,
No, please go on.
I'm being intimidated by your members. Maybe I should look at you.
That usually helps, Minister. The members do what the members do.
And I think what you would see, Chair, is that my orientation is output focused, not input focused. So what I'm interested in is how many million tons of freight are we carrying? How many gross crane moves per hour? How fast are we loading and unloading ships? And so there would have been a new shareholder compact that came in when I became the shareholder. And that shareholder compact would have come in after the start of the financial year. So much as one doesn't want to justify underperformance, I think that the performance evaluation processes of government and the financial years are not aligned with the electoral cycle. So I do think we do need to say this in Transnet's defense.
All right, thank you very much. I think something maybe both for Transnet, the ministry and the AG to just note, because there'll also be these mid-year or mid-cycle changes for one or other reason. I think the important thing, if it's possible, is to also agree on what the delta looks like from the moment of change in policy or other versus the financial year, so that the compliance with the target can be prorated instead of it appearing like a zero-sum game where I had 4 months to do something, but unfortunately it's this financial year, so sorry for you. That gives a more honest picture, and I think you need to just have that conversation with the AG, and so that we able to speak to the correct timelines and expectations. Okay, thank you. May I go to Honourable Atkinson?
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the Minister and your team for coming to us today and helping us to get to the bottom of some of the issues that we found here. So the area that I'm going to be discussing with you concerns the high levels of irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure, that 3.16 billion rand. And we know the AGSA made a finding that effective and appropriate steps had not been taken to prevent that. And I was listening during the presentation to hear the responses given by your team on that factor, but I might just try and dig a little bit deeper into that and ask for a little bit more information. So the first thing was, what is the breakdown of the irregular expenditure of the 3.16 billion confirmed in the 24-25 financial year? And I know that you mentioned that much of it had to do with not complying with contractual regulations, but I think we'd probably want a little bit deeper, something a little bit deeper on that, as to how that 3.16 billion was constituted. And then the other point is that previously Transnet had indicated that they'd have a loss control officer in place to focus on preventing past issues from recurring in the loss control function. And I know you mentioned that you had employed someone in the supply chain, and I'm not sure if that was the loss control officer that you're talking about, or whether that position actually has been filled at all or not. So maybe if you could comment on that. The other issue is about people that incurred fruitless and wasteful expenditure and are no longer in Transnet employ, where there's been any attempt to go to follow up with those people and to take action against them. I know it's much more difficult if they're not in the business, but there might well be a liability that they have to meet and could be followed up on. How much of the closing balance of the regular expenditure relates to multi-year contracts? And what is the top, and who is the top service provider as far as that's concerned? And I know in your presentation you mentioned the fact that the vast bulk of this irregular expenditure related to previous years. And I think it's only 400 million in this year. But maybe if you can just give us an indication as to who the people are that are responsible in those multi-year contracts that have been flagged, basically. And what steps does what reforms have been introduced during the exemption period to strengthen the supply chain environment, and how has compliance with procurement regulations been monitored and enforced to prevent further irregular expenditure? So I think if you wouldn't mind maybe just answering those, that's just a group of questions, and then we'll move on to something else after that. Thank you.
Chairperson, I will try. So of the 3.16 billion, 279 million is new. So the balance of that would be from prior years and would be multi-year. I don't have the breakdown. We do have it, but I don't have it on this presentation. I'm not sure, Chair, if it was on the 58 page. Maybe not, but we can provide that.
Yeah, go on so long. I'll have a look.
Okay, we can provide that. In respect of loss control officer, yes, we do have a loss control officer appointed. We had somebody who left, and then we have filled that position. The position reports into the GCFO. In respect of the people who have incurred fruitless and wasteful expenditure, we've taken action against certain people who have been dismissed, and I think, Chairperson, you'll guide me. I think we can provide those details to the committee at a point in time. What we also do, where we have instances of fraud and corruption, not only do we do the dismissal, do the disciplinary process, we also proceed with instituting criminal action. Obviously, that takes a lot longer. And then at the same time, we work very closely with the Special Investigating Unit to recover whatever is possible of recovery. So we do all of those as well. As I've indicated, the latest one where we've picked up the matter of collusion with suppliers, we there again are engaging the SIU. We have been challenged with some information and the speed at which information comes through the SIU, because they are able to access what we are not able to access. So they can look at money flows and the like, and then support us to assist with the recovery if there's been any loss to the state. At the same time, we have also started looking into possible blacklisting processes in respect of those companies whom we are investigating, and where we find that that the evidence is there, we ask them to make representation so that we can proceed with blacklisting process and then also try to recover. I'm going to ask the between Nosipo and Vule to maybe respond to some of the other questions in terms of the kind of reforms that we've introduced. Nosipo, I think that the loss control officer would have helped with in terms of those interventions. I think it is on the slide though, slide number 23 deals with the interventions. Honourable Member, I don't know if you want me to go into the detail of those, but those are the ones that are there. Are those fine? And then, Chairperson, we will provide the breakdown of the 3.16 billion. My understanding of the question is, do you want the breakdown, and then you also want the names of the companies who are
so typically, so basically what usually helps is that you say what the contract is, when it originated, the size of the irregular expenditure, and then the steps that are being taken in order to deal with it, and where you are in the process. So usually a table or spreadsheet usually helps in that sense.
Yes.
Yeah.
You will allow us to submit that?
Yeah, please submit that in writing.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Then on to the next question. The Transnet integrated report on page 126 discloses a regular expenditure of 86.3 billion that was not condoned and subsequently removed by the accounting authority. The AXA found that 42.9 billion was removed from accounting records by the accounting authority in a manner that contravenes the requirements of National Treasury Instruction 4 of 2022-2023. So the question is, what is the response of the board to the finding made by AXA, by the Auditor General, about the premature write-off of the irregular expenditure? And what process did the board follow before approving the write-off? And was it in compliance with the prescribed framework? Thanks.
Thank you, Chairperson. There's no other way to put it, Chairperson. We disagree with the Auditor General. We've indicated to the Auditor General that we disagree with their finding. We have followed, in our opinion, all of the steps that is required to get the matter written off. The way the process works is that if the matter is not condoned by the Treasury, there is a process that we follow, very clear steps that we need to follow. We believe that we have done that. And as a management team, we then go to the board and then request the board to remove. It's not a, people say write-off, but it's not a write-off as in you're writing off a debt. It is a removal of the 42.9 billion from the books where it is recorded as a irregular expenditure. What this related to was the 1064 contract. We had gone through various stages of the 1064 contract. We had also written papers that deal with how we had dealt with it. The only thing that was outstanding, so to speak, in terms of the 1064 process was the criminal process, in which we have absolutely no control. You will note that the criminal process has consistently been, for all sorts of reasons, some of them justified, I would think, being postponed, and those matters have not been finally dealt with. As a Transnet, this organization can do nothing about that for 42.9 billion. What we have indicated is how we have dealt with everything else under the contract and what impact that has had on the business. Therefore, justifying the removal of the 42.9. However, there was a, let's call it a disagreement in terms of the interpretation of the section that refers to this. And unfortunately, I mean, like the Minister says, what the auditor says is what the auditor says. And if you disagree with the auditor, remember what the auditor said.
The AG is always right.
The AG is always right, that's the word.
Chair, I just feel that.
Sorry.
When the AG is wrong, see Rule 1.
Okay, colleagues. Then it's still on the on the floor. So the anyway, please ask your follow-up to this, because the answer is being given to you.
Yes, no, that's fine. Okay, no, thanks. I accept the answer, and as the Minister said, what the Auditor General says, the Auditor General says. Yeah. Yes. Okay.
Now, I just want to. Okay. So I've stopped the Honourable Atkinson's clock. So what I need to understand is, so I'll do the same thing again. So just maybe walk us through the process. So the matter pertains to those 1,064 locomotives. So those locomotives, by the nature of the determination on the contract that it needed to be set aside, it sits on the books as an irregular expenditure. Would that be correct? Okay. The contract has now been set aside. What, in your understanding, is the process of therefore? And you, sorry, the next question. Did you participate in the review application to set it aside? That is Transnet, that is.
May I ask Sandra to respond to the matter? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. let me please clarify. We brought the application for the review and set aside with the SIU. So we were a principal player in that process. Just want to clarify, the review application is still alive. It hasn't been completed yet, just so those contracts haven't been set aside yet.
Okay, so what does that mean? Is the matter on appeal? Or what does it mean, it being alive?
There's an interlocutory application by CRRC to strike out certain aspects of our founding affidavit. So that's an interim step in the process of having the matter finally heard by the court.
Okay, I think that detail is important. So, what then is the dispute between the AG? I don't want to suppose that I understand where the AG is coming from. So, what then is the dispute between the AG and yourselves in relation to this matter? Can you just help us there? Just say what is the issue here?
So the AG is of the view that we haven't exhausted all of our responsibilities to have the matter set aside, recover losses, and take consequence management steps, and to have the matter criminally heard. Now, we have initiated the review application. We don't control the date being set down by the court, but we brought the review application. The people involved in this procurement had all left Transnet, so there is no consequence management to speak of. We have made the necessary criminal referrals in terms of PRECA and just general criminal complaints. So the process beyond this is outside of Transnet's control. That which is within Transnet's control, it fully executed.
Okay, okay. So, and Transnet is insisting that because the matter is still alive, it then still needs to remain on the books, because you spoke about interlocutor. So I just need to. I'm not sure. Yeah. What is the disagreement in principle?
Chair, if I may.
Yeah.
As the GCE had pointed out, we had, excuse me, as my apologies.
That's you. No problem.
As Transnet, we had initiated every step that we had to initiate.
No, I get from your perspective. Yeah. Just say to us what the AG is saying in response.
The AG is saying in response, we haven't, yes, they acknowledge that, but we haven't, the criminal process hasn't been completed. Now, what we've done is we've laid criminal complaints, but the conclusion of the criminal process is not within our hands.
In short, Chair, it cannot be removed until all of those processes are exhausted.
So in other words, until the trial and the appeals and everything have played out. So that's the issue in dispute here.
Yes, Chair. So if it takes 5 years or 10 years, it will remain there.
Okay, let me park this for now, so that Honorable Atkinson can, because I interrupted him, so I'm worried about that. But we'll return to it later on, just for to get closure on it. Honorable Atkinson, you've got about 4 minutes left.
All right, thanks very much, Chair. So the final question is about material irregularities. So we note that there were no material irregularities in the 24-25 year. However, three new material irregularities have been identified in the 25-26 financial year by the Auditors General. Okay, so the first one was inadequate project management of the TIPTA 3 project. So the question there is, the project experienced weak coordination. Who was the accounting officer accountable for oversight? What actions have been taken against officials who failed to implement internal controls, perform adequate oversight in line with the Procurement Financial Management Act requirements? What steps have been taken to recover the 27.6 million losses from the responsible officials? And what role did the Audit Committee and Risk Committee play in monitoring the project? And why did they not identify the 28th month project delay?
Honourable Atkinson, Chair, through you mentioned only the one. Okay, so Chairperson, these material irregularities, as we speak, we are in the process of exchange of documents with the Auditor General on these matters specifically. I think it is a little bit premature for us to go into the detail of that. If the Auditor General accepts our explanations, I think then, or does not accept it, then maybe there will be something to engage on. But as we speak, one, the Auditor General has given notice to the board of these material irregularities. We have then gone into the process of providing the documentation to explain the what has happened in the matter, and the hope is that when we are done with that process, that we will not have a material irregularity. That is, I believe, largely the process, GCFO, that is followed.
Yes, that's correct. Right, no, fine, thanks. I do recall right at the beginnings, there were some comments around the most recent financial year, the fact that you can't go into full detail, so I accept that. Thank you very much.
All right, have you exhausted your questions? Can I just ask, so isn't it the issue with the, are there no recoveries expected by the AG from that kind of that disputed irregular expenditure? Is it the conclusion of the criminal matters, or is it that they expect some recoveries therefrom that are still outstanding?
Chair, we have, to the best of my recollection, I mean, this is quite a while back now, the paper that we have written, if I'm not mistaken, we indicated to the Auditor General. Remember, it's not only one contract. The only contract that we have a challenge with really is the CRRC one. But everything else, we continue to deliver and conclude on those contracts because that is what the court ordered. So effectively, if I remember correctly, that 42 billion should have been reduced by that which we are recovering anyway through the release of locomotives, etc., and the conclusion of those contracts. But that was not accepted, Chair. That's, I mean, I could be corrected, Sandra, again.
So how will the matter conclude then? So you've accepted the AG's view, and then you'll keep it on the books. And Karen, I just want to close off this conversation. So what happens now? Or are you going through dispute resolution with the AG? It can't be in the air.
I'm at a loss for words, Chair. I think that the board and all of us will have to have that conversation because it's a new year now, and the 42 billion will come back. And I suppose there would have to be further conversations about how we deal with the 42 billion.
Okay, all right. So, Honourable Skosana, I am going to ask you to come at the end because we've agreed on a division of labour here. No, Honourable Skosana, we're going to run out of time until 1 o'clock, so my apologies. Honourable Beasley, so just keep your question for the end.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings, Minister. Greetings, Transnet, staff, board, colleagues, AG. So I'm focusing on the financial performance and debt of Transnet, so maybe I should be chatting to the CA in the House, but I'll just pose a question to everybody. Transnet's net loss narrowed significantly from 7.3 billion to 1.9 billion in 2024-25. Is it correct to say that the prime reason was the reversal of the NatRef provision of 7.4 billion? And if so, and this was excluded, the loss would have actually been higher than the previous year. And in my days of accounting, we refer to something as an abnormal income or expense, and it would actually be excluded. So the way I'm seeing it is that it actually doesn't pertain to current operations, it pertains to previous years. So in fact, if it was reversed, your loss would have actually been higher. And I don't want to use the words of creative accounting, just to understand that a bit more. Thank you.
I wanted to help you before you even start. Honorable member, I want us to go back to the 7.3 billion the previous year. The reason why it was so high, it was because of the provision for the legal costs, which was an abnormal event. In other words, had it not been for that event, the loss would have been lower. In other words, if you look at that 7.3, if you offset about 5 billion rand from there, it will sort of normalize the loss to just around 2 billion. So therefore, if you take on a year-on-year basis, whatever happened in the previous year was then reversed in the following year. I thought I should just perhaps set that context before the CFO comes in.
Yeah, in essence, you're actually contradicting yourself because you're saying the loss should have been lower in the previous year and higher in the current year. So you're actually contradicting yourself in a way.
I'm not saying that.
You are.
I'm saying that, remember, the loss was higher because it was a provision, and then it was actually paid, and then it sort of goes out of the books.
Yeah, so if the provision wasn't there in the previous year, it would have been 7.5 billion, reduced by 5 billion would have been 2 billion, correct? And in the current year, you reversed that provision of 5 billion, so it's actually 7 billion. So your losses actually got worse if you take that provision out of the account. And maybe the CA can refer to that.
Chair, Honourable Beasley, I think my chair's explanation is spot on. So IAS 37 provides that in the year that you can confirm the extent of the liability, you have to raise that, both in the income statement and balance sheet. So what happened in 2024, we had the judgment. And as a result of that, that meant that we must increase the provision in that year, which means the loss in the comparative year increased by the extent of the increase in the provision. So the judgment happened in June. We had to, it was a post-adjusting balance sheet event. I'm sorry if I'm doing CA speak because he's forcing me.
No, please, you're doing well so far. We can decode it.
Yeah, yes. So in that year, then because the judgment I think amounted to around 10 billion, but there was still a legal process that was ongoing. So we increased what we had carried in the books to date, because that was clear, there's a judgment against us, we are liable to a fixed amount confirmed by the court. So the loss for 2024 increased as a result. So in 2025 financial year, then we had the settlement coming into play. So when the settlement happened, and we then established, based on the settlement, that you actually were liable to pay in monetary terms, 5.5 billion it was, then the impact is then that you have to reverse a large portion of what was provided in the previous year. So the chair's explanation is spot on.
Yeah, his explanation is spot on, but your losses actually got worse if you remove the provision. No, but it's fine. I mean, I'm not going to get you to change your mind, and you possibly won't get me to. But we can maybe discuss it afterwards as a.
Sorry. Okay. So I just need to. I've stopped your clock, Honourable Beasley. So I think you do need to. So I get the accounting kind of explanation, but I also think that you're talking a little bit past each other. Am I correct? I think you're talking a little bit past each other. So what I'm just going to need you to explain why you think that the loss is actually bigger, because my understanding was the same as what they're saying. Yeah. So you provided 10 billion, at the time of the court judgment, because that's what you know. You then
2024.
yes, 2024.
Yeah. So your loss was made worse in 2024. Yes.
And then you entered into negotiations post that. That negotiation reduces the actual liability from a provision of 10 billion to an actual calculable liability of 5.5 billion. So it's no longer a provision. It's a liability that you now know it's been quantified is 5.5 billion. So let me stop there, because then what you then see in the books is that 5.5 billion in cash leaves the gate and goes to Sasol and goes to all of those people. How does then, in your view, how should that then affect the presentation of the financial statements? I think that's where we need to be.
Yeah, so I'm not arguing that the financials are incorrect. I'm saying it's in a way it's creative accounting, because there's a credit in the income statement of 5 billion that actually pertains to the previous year. So I'm not saying the way that they've done it is 100% wrong, but I'm saying if that credit would actually pertain to the previous year was reversed, their losses would have been significantly higher. And so that's the point. They've done it 100% legally correct, but I'm just saying that to say that the losses have gone from 7 billion to 2 billion based on a reversal of a provision pertaining to the previous year is what I would call, and maybe creative accounting is the wrong word. It's just, it's.
I think I get what you mean, but it's the creative accounting word that got me also to start searching
and it's an incorrect word there, but it's I don't know what the word is. It's, yeah, there's a word for it that's making, and we keep on saying that the losses got better, but it's actually pertains to previous years, and that's just the point I'm wanting to raise.
Okay, could talking about an underlying operational financial performance be a better view in terms of, so in other words, if you take away all these legal obligations that have got nothing to do with the current operational environment, because that's what this was, your point is, if you look at that picture, absent of all of these historical issues, you didn't operate financially perform better than you, that's what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay, that's your view. Okay, no, I get it. Okay, let me resume your clock, Honourable, please.
Okay. No, thank you, Chair. And in terms of, I'm still new to Parliament, so trying to understand this closed period thing, because I would understand that Transnet is a public entity, so I'm sure somebody can equip me on that. But in terms for the loss for the year, the interim loss was 1.8 billion, and based on your tonnage, I've done a very quick exercise. I would expect the loss to be around about 4 billion for this year. Is that a fair assessment to actually make?
So let me deal with this. So Honourable Beasley, so for entities like Transnet, Eskom, and so on, they have debt instruments that are listed on the JSE. So like bonds and so on. So the obligation you have in terms of the JSE rules is that all your stakeholders must have access to the same well-considered and preferably audited financial information so that they understand how it affects their own position. So when you engage in a process of discussing a number that's being finalized, it gets into the public domain, which then breaches the JSE rule under which that debt instrument falls, especially that it's an unaudited number, and at the same time, it's also not the full contextual information that those people would need, right? And therefore, if you do breach that, you are then penalized or you're forced to issue a sense statement and give a full detail. It's not advisable when you're 8 days away from closing your financial year. So it's something that I understand why it cannot be done. What we need to do in this conversation is to find the right language to express the position without being in breach of that requirement. I don't know if that helps.
Definitely helps, and thanks for equipping me. As I say, I'm learning in this process. So when would that figure be announced? Is it just?
So you have to officially announce your results. So in other words, you have to complete your audited financial statements and announce them. At that point, the information is available to everybody at the same time. You don't have different stakeholders having different quality information. Otherwise, they might then take positions which disadvantage some other stakeholders.
Okay, moving on, the lack of maintenance is clearly an issue with a cumulative underspend of 32 billion. What is the reason for the underspend, and if not addressed, surely the lack of maintenance expenditure will continue to impact both the short-term and long-term profitability and viability of Transnet? And another expenditure cost, personal costs increased by 1.9 billion or 7%. What is the reason? More staff or above inflationary salary increases?
I'm trying to reconcile the 32 billion. Is that the overall maintenance backlog over a number of years?
Yeah, correct. It was a figure from the AG, yeah.
Yes, yes. So that would have been, Chairperson, you recall when we first came here, in fact, we indicated to the committee, and as well we've been quite open about it, that over a number of years there have been lack of maintenance in the infrastructure, which has actually put us in the position where we are right now. What we are seeking to do now as a leadership team is, of course, to catch up with some of this lack of maintenance that we've been experiencing over the past few years. So there's quite a number of things that we have done together with our customers. We are only, Chairperson, this network, you are given 10 days in the year to do annual maintenance, what we call a total shutdown of a particular line. And then you try and do as much as you possibly can during those 10 days. We do not, Chairperson, have the luxury of shutting down the entire system for a month. We probably could do 5 years of maintenance in 1 month if we had that luxury, but we don't. We have to keep trains running. So we utilize the 10 days that we agree with our customers. We agree on the plan as to what needs to be done during those 10 days. And together with the customers, we work to ensure that the maintenance plan or the requirements for those 10 days are adequately dealt with. And what we've seen, in fact, if you can go to any of our big customers and you can go and ask them about the standard of the shutdowns in the last 2 years, and they will tell you that it's the best that they've experienced in their relationship with Transnet so far. And that has directly led to the improvement that we see in the numbers that we've been able to deliver, of course, under the leadership of Mr. Lutswalo. So I'm not going to say to you that we are going to catch up with 32 billion of lack of maintenance, but I can tell you that certainly the plans that we have in place and the execution of those plans are in excess of 80-90% that we're able to do. We're able to restore signaling on this line, which, by the way, is practically non-existent. It means our train drivers are driving blind. So we're doing everything that we can to restore the signaling. We have speed restrictions as a result of these kind of things that were happening. So there's a lot that's going on in respect of maintaining and putting the maintenance back. There was a number, I think I've dealt with the lack of maintenance one. I think we slowly but surely we are getting there, and we're beginning to see that in the numbers. Quarter upon quarter upon quarter, you'll see the performance in Transnet going in the right direction. I forget the last one you said.
It was just on personnel costs that went up by 7%.
Oh, yes, yes. Chairperson, we concluded the wage agreement with Labour last year. It was a 3-year wage agreement that we were able to secure. I call that 3 years of peace, especially during this time when we have to recover the network. We cannot afford a strike in Transnet. We went through a strike previously, and everybody was up in arms because of the impact of that strike. This year, we decided that in building our relationships with Labour, we would get closer to each other when we come to deciding what the numbers were. And we were able to then conclude on a 3-year agreement. I think it was at 6%. We had tried, Chairperson, to push for inflationary increases at the time. But I can tell you, if you take the cost of a strike and the impact on the economy versus the 6%, it was a no-brainer. Yes, we understand the issue of above inflationary increases, but during this time of recovery for this, what we call the backbone of the economy, I think that 6% over a 3-year period and getting people to improve their performance in the process, I think that that was a good, what is the word, agreement. Thank you.
Makes sense, thank you. So in terms of the debt, it's gone up from 137 to 145, and today we heard it's sitting at 156 billion. So it keeps on going up, and you know, in Parliament I always hear things are going to improve tomorrow, things are going to improve tomorrow, and in your forecast you're showing that it's going to go down by 40 billion. But how comfortable is the board and the GCE, I'm learning the terminology, is that the debt is actually going to start going down? And just to the Minister, is there a concern that the government guarantees of 198 billion are at risk of being called into play?
Firstly, as I've said, Honourable Beasley, there would be no reason for us to go back to government for any further guarantees. The guarantee that we have covers us for our corporate plan period, which is over the next 5 years. We have already started with the reducing, in fact, the cost of capital, as well as improving on the tenure of that capital. As I've said, we've also already succeeded in, because we now have guaranteed debt, previously our debt was unguaranteed. Because we now have the guarantee, it enables us to go and have the conversations with the lenders that we require. So the cost of capital will come down. Yes, in this year, we anticipated that it will peak at 156. I think it's going to be lower than that. And we will already start paying, we've already started with the payment back of debt. So am I confident that we will get to the numbers that we've indicated here? I think that probably after this financial year, we may come back to you with even better numbers. Thank you.
Chair, can I just come in now that you pose a question to the board, maybe just to speak on behalf of the board? Let me just say that we had to approach National Treasury to fund the turnaround plan because we did not have the financial capacity to do that. So in other words, we had to incur that debt so that we can, on the back of that, drive and operational improvements. As the colleagues have shared with you today, we have seen the effect of those interventions. Since we have borrowed that money in December 2013, you've seen how the results have improved in terms of the revenue, which is the improvement in volumes, and also the reduction in costs. It's a very interesting dynamic that we are reducing costs, but we are improving our capital expenditure so that we accelerate our own ability to have a reliable rail infrastructure and also new equipment for our ports. So on the back of that, we've started to see improvement in port volumes and also improvement in rail volumes. What is the effect of that? It increases our EBITDA. And if you track our performance in terms of EBITDA, on a year-on-year basis, you see an upward trend. That increases our own ability, in the first instance, to service debt and improve the prospects of repaying our liability. Secondly, we are accelerating the disposal of some of our assets, which will enable us to be able to liquidate out of those proceeds some of our debt, our high debt levels. It's on the back of these interventions coming together that gives us the prospects and the confidence that in years to come, we'll be able to reduce our debt. Thanks.
Have you got an idea what the plus minus value of those non-core assets are that being disposed?
Andrew, if you do have the number, except that some of the information we still have to go to market to actually test once we've built a business case. So I think in the foreseeable future, we'll have a better handle of that. But in terms of our corporate plan, we have really inserted some numbers in terms of what we believe we can get from the market. But the executives are here, they can provide some more detail. Thank you.
Yeah. So your 15 is up, but let's complete the answer.
We think there's about 3.6 billion in non-core properties, and we would like to be able to conclude 1 billion in this forthcoming year in terms of sales of those assets.
Okay, thanks, Honourable Beasley. Have all the questions been dealt with? I always want to close off on the answers. Are all the questions answered
He
for
wants
you
me to
at
answer.
that point? Okay, please answer, Minister.
Honourable Beasley, we are not going to get into a situation where the guarantees are called in. That we're not going to do. And I think what is important is if you look at the future trajectory, where is the point where Transnet really starts to generate huge amounts of revenue? And it's the 180 million tonnes. So that is why you would be aware that from the 1st of April next year, the new operators have signed up for 24 million tonnes. So even if we are to have no improvements before the 1st of April next year, where we are now, plus 24 million tonnes is going to take us over that 180 million. So I think that it's very important to understand how we are going to increase the revenue generation. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Honourable Beasley. Honourable Mende.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon to everyone. Chair, my first request is that we're going to have to defer the matter of deviations as well as the irregular expenditure to be thoroughly dealt with in another meeting, because we can't deal with irregular expenditure the same way it was dealt with earlier on. I raised my hand, but simply because of these time constraints, I understand why you are suppressing us. But we can't have a situation where we do not have a full disclosure and accountability of consequences on irregular expenditure. They are not a deco. So when AG gives that to us, it's not an issue of decorating their report and findings. It's for us to make sure that there is consequence management in order for the state to deal with the matters of corruption in this country. Because where corruption is, it's embedded exactly and extreme high levels at irregular expenditure. So if we can't deal with it, then we might as well not have this meeting. Same applies to the deviations. We have the longest list of deviations where 60+ % of the deviations are sitting at a reason called compatibility. And we need to strip it one by one because there's millions. Some of the transactions are running at 100 million, 90-something, 40-something million. And we're not going to sit here and just ask a blanket approach kind of an answer that, can you answer us why there are deviations? But we ought to go transaction by transaction. Why was this a deviation? And why were we not prepared for such? And why did we get to a point of a deviation? Reason by reason. And I'm not convinced that seated here we're going to deal with that matter in a proper manner.
So let me deal with that for the sake of also your time allocation. If we need to do that, we can. What we also don't have the choice to do is to extend the time that we have available because of the fiscal framework too. So we've had to make that choice. So I'm sorry that I have to be strict on time allocation or amendment, but another session we can call. It's not a problem.
Now, if we agree to have that session, thank you, Chair. Now, the second part that I must deal with is on the issue of the key structural and operational reforms. And then start here, because there was a recovery plan at Transnet, Minister. And in that recovery plan, there were 39 targets. And out of that 39 targets, only 15 were achieved by the end of the time frame which was identified to deal with the recovery plan. Can we be taken on board as to why did we have such a failure? Because our 15 out of 39 is not something we should rejoice about. Can we be taken through? Thank you.
No, you must always just answer, by the way. Don't wait for me in these exchanges. Answer directly.
Chairperson, thank you, Honourable Member, for the question. Yes, Chairperson, 15 out of 39 is certainly, in my opinion, not acceptable. It's not where, as a business, we would have wanted to be. But as I've reported earlier, Chairperson, we were sitting with a crisis situation in Transnet, a crisis that required us to very quickly mobilize and be able to stop the bleeding. That was the start of our recovery plan. It really was about stopping the bleeding and getting the performance stabilized, getting the leadership stabilized, and getting everybody to rally together so that we cannot end up where it was anticipated we would end up. When we started the recovery plan, the projections were, and we were told this by various experts who walked into the room to advise us, if you continue on this trajectory, you will end up at 132 to 138 million tons in 24-25, right? We worked so that we do not end up there. At the same time, Chairperson, we had reforms that needed to be implemented because we were given by government a list of policy decisions that needed to be implemented, and we had to work on that. So we were busy with both the operational recovery and stabilization of the business, as well as the implementation of reforms. And yes, Chairperson, unfortunately, we were not able to meet our targets in that year. As I've indicated, this new year, yes, again, it will not be 100%, Chairperson, because we still have a number of challenges. We still have timelines against us. But as I've indicated, we are a lot better off in this financial year. And we are certainly positive that we will be able to come to the committee with much better numbers. But I agree, Honourable Mente, 15 out of 39 is not a good number.
Now, so once again, Chair, the answer is not sufficient in a sense that out of the 39, we ought to take the country into confidence as to this then became our focus point to stop the bleeding. What were the 15 areas and what was the rest that was ignored? And why was it not achieved as such? On when are we aiming to achieve whatever is left? I see the Minister has got a hand up. Sure.
Chair, I think I hear Honourable Mente. I want to suggest that we respond in writing on each of the 39 targets. What was achieved? If it was not achieved, why it was not achieved? If it has subsequently been achieved, what is the current status? Because I think what Honourable Mente is asking for is detail. We can give that detail in writing, Honourable Mente, for 39 targets.
So, Honourable Member, let me ask this like this. Since we're going to have another session, so I'm making notes here. At the end of our session here, I will work with Transnet through a series of information pieces we're going to need to be sent in advance of the sitting. We will choose committee week where we can sit all day, and then we go through all the issues.
Thank you, Chair. That will be very much helpful. Now, you've also indicated in your response, which also the AG has indicated, that 56% of your budget goes to personnel cost. And if 56% of the budget goes to personnel cost, in my imagination is that you've got all the skills that you require in order to run the entity. Now, if we are falling short in strategic areas, it means then the people whom have a responsibility of running certain areas in Transnet have no capacity to do what they are doing, and they are just sitting there taking the salary but with no tangible results to the entity. Where I'm going with this is exactly why there should be such a huge shortfall in the recovery plan, but we have people in all strategic places. And it begs a question as to who didn't do what way. That will be part of the responses that will go with the list which we must be supplied with. I do not want to believe seated here that Transnet has a short of skill, but Transnet has got a huge problem called capacity, and people earning a salary yet can't deliver nothing. So each component must be able to give us a reason as to why was their area of focus, or rather KPI, not achieved, and what has to be done about such people. Then the next thing, Minister, is that Durban Pier 2, it is the country's largest and most strategically important container terminal, which was run by the subsidiary Durban Gateway Terminal Property, which then subsequently sold 49% of that business to an international container terminal services, which is an independent terminal operator. Two questions there, GCE and Minister. Who took that decision to do that in the largest and most strategically important container terminal, which Transnet should be utilizing and operating it in full capacity if ever they had people who have capacity to run Transnet? Who took that decision and what informed that?
Maybe what we should do is start off and look at the financial model, because I don't think it's correct to say we've sold Pier 2. That's not correct. So let's explain the financial model, and then you can explain where this decision was taken.
Chairperson, we've not sold any state assets. What has happened here is that we have put to market, we've essentially concessioned the terminal. It is under the control, yes, operational control of an independent operator that is a partner to Transnet. We own, in fact, 100%, but the operational control we have handed over to the new entity, because, to the partner, so that they can improve on the efficiencies in that terminal. Granted, it is the largest terminal, and yes, we needed that terminal to improve on the efficiencies, and it was felt that that was the transaction. It is a 25-year concession period. We received an upfront payment for that concession, and over the life of the 25 years, we receive 50% of the profits, and 10% goes to employees in that transaction. Is that...
Okay, so can
at the
I...
end, sorry, Chair, at the end of the 25-year period, the terminal gets handed back to Transnet.
Okay, let me do a housekeeping issue here. So we have the house at 2, and it's fiscal. So I imagine you. So the reason I'm like this today is because your chief whips are gonna kill me, right? A fiscal framework at 2, and I want to ask you, Honourable Kubeka, because I think by 1:15 we kind of should be out of here. And my concern is that you, on your time allocation, will not get the justice you need. So the week of the 21st of April is it the 21? Is committee week. So the 21st, Parliament starts on a Tuesday. So the 21st is available for us to have a proper conversation during the course of that day. May I ask you to kind of consider your diaries so that we can then have a proper conversation. It's in a couple of weeks' time. So can you please do that for us so that we can then have a proper conversation? Because one of my difficulties with you colleagues from Transnet is the following. Your language is very jargony. And a lot gets lost in that language. And what I would like to offer, please, is that we work together in terms of the information that must be available. I am quite happy ahead of time to work with you to decode some of the stuff. So for instance, when you say we are testing the market, it might seem obvious, but it's not. So what exactly are you doing? What does it mean? So even now, with your answer to Honourable Mende, concession, you've also, so you still haven't said, so what is the problem that you were solving, right? That's the key question. So you are now left with questions, even after you've answered, where I'm like, I think I get you, but I'd like you to say it yourself so that we understand it. So my proposal, with your agreement members, that Honourable Mende completes her 15 minutes, and then we continue on the 21st, if that's okay. Okay, so can we provisionally work on that position? Then we can have a proper conversation. We won't finish at night, I promise. Okay, so you can continue. I'm just worried about time. We're gonna rush, and everybody will leave unhappy here.
Let me assist with the decoding. Because
no, there's a whole list of issues, Minister. Unfortunately,
no, but
I do have a list, but on this one, you can do it.
Let me assist, Honourable Mente. So, I think first of all, what's important to say is that this decision was taken in 2021. So it's...
The Minister, it's causing feedback when your hand is like that.
My apologies. The decision was taken in 2021. So it's before the time on this bench. But what I think is important to say is that the problem that Transnet was trying to solve, and it remains the problem that we're trying to solve today, is the efficiency of the operations and the cost that it will take to improve the efficiency of operations. And in a situation where that money, that cost, is not forthcoming from National Treasury, we have to look at other methods that will allow us to raise capital to improve the efficiency of the operations. So you would have seen that there are a whole range of international studies that will point to the Port of Durban, the Port of Cape Town, and so on, as being amongst the most underperforming ports in the world. So I think, Chair, that is the problem statement that we're trying to deal with. We're trying to improve the performance of the ports. Pier 2 is enormously important because that particular port deals with about 65% of the container business in the country. And what you would understand about the container business is it's fast-moving commercial goods. So if you don't hurry up and you don't move them faster and more efficiently, what will happen is that the business will go to other ports in Southern Africa, because there are other ports in Southern Africa that are currently being upgraded and will in due course become competitors of South Africa. So that's the rationale behind it. The whole process was in court for 2 years. When I became the minister, this process was in court. The court judgment was somewhat recently, as colleagues will remember. So that is the situation. That is my attempt to decode the problem.
Thank you, Minister. Your attempt is somewhat helping, but equally giving us a lot more questions. And in that, it also has a very big red flag, which indicates that there is no confidence in anyone who runs operations where ports are concerned at Transnet. Because if the GCE then says 49% of operational control is handed over to a private company, it means they run that above 60% containers that come to Durban. Ultimately, then we have no control of what comes into the country in terms of those containers, because a private person oversees operational control. And that's where it becomes problematic. But secondly, the AG says somehow there is an exemption of the PFMA into this company. And then it confuses the whole lot of us. How is a state concession exempted from PFMA? Can we be taken true? Is that true? And if that is not true, give us the logistical operation of it, as well as administrative ones, as to who's going to audit this company, who's going to report on this company, who's going to oversee this company.
So
Okay, that will be your last round of questions, but I'll deal with the next steps after they've answered.
So I will leave the issue of the PFMA exemption to the Group CEO. But I think what is important to say is that all points of entry into the country are controlled by the Border Management Authority and by the South African Revenue Service. So while you may have a private port operator, that operator does not control the security, the taxation, and the other issues, security issues that pertain to a point of entry. So those processes remain in place. I think it's very important to say that. I also think it's important to say the fact that there is a 51% share given to ICTS in the concession is not a vote of no confidence in the staff in that port. It's a recognition of the scale of the capital investment that is being made that we don't have the money to make. So I think that it's very important to make that point, and to make the point that this particular agreement was extensively consulted with organised labour before it was entered into, and as you can see, there are some benefits for those who would be working there. Let me hand over to the Group CEO to talk about the PFMA exemption.
I'm trying to put it in very, very simple language, Chairperson. We do not have the investment to be made that we needed to be in that business. There is now a private company that has invested 10.5 billion rand. It's received. They paid for it. No private company is going to invest its money and have it subject to the PFMA. For all intents and purposes, that Durban Gateway Terminal will operate like a private company. It will be able to procure like a private company, and it will be audited like any other company in South Africa. And I am sure that the Auditor General, as it does with other companies, is able to play reliance on whichever auditor audits that organization. That is why it's for all it's I don't want to make examples, but we have precedents of such companies in the country, Chairperson. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much. Can I try and assist in this way for our way forward? So let me just ask you. So your financial year ends at the end of this month. I just need to understand what your obligations are, in the period immediately thereafter, because what we're trying to find, and we'll go through this shorter version of the presentation so that I can offer some early indication of how the information is broken up such that we're able to have a productive conclusion at this stage. One. Secondly, you may at that point be able to give a little bit more data, even if it's not financial, in respect of some of the issues outstanding. So I just want to understand what are the big ticket items for you during the month of April, because I want us to be able to use that committee week, at least one day in that committee week, to close off on these matters. Is there something that's like impossible for you to?
Chair, we really want to cooperate in any way possible. We do go into a close period now, and then as the team would have indicated to you, is that there are a number of matters that we have to deal with the AG. It takes all of our time. I'm not sure, Chair, how we deal with it. We can provide responses in writing, Chairperson, and then maybe subsequently agree on a date, but for all intents and purposes, it will be now really two things. We have to keep the momentum. So we cannot afford to, with the start of the new year, for people to be pulled out and for operations to go down. We have to keep moving upwards in terms of the performance operationally, right? At the same time, we go into deep audit cycle. We are hoping that this year we will conclude in July, but we've not been able to do that for the past 2-3 years. It's just not been possible.
Okay, so let me assist in this way. So can we just go through what information? So we won't ask you to share any information that is that you are not comfortable sharing at this point. Okay, so that's the one. So don't be anxious about that. Okay, especially that you'll be in the audit itself. The second thing is we can work together to just reduce the size of your delegation. I always feel that entities bring far too many people. For me, 5 is enough. If 5 people can answer the questions in your delegation, there's a problem for me. Right, so that is the second thing. The third thing is we won't be dealing with everything. We're dealing with specific matters, which I am going to go through now. So I think there's a way in which we arrive at an accommodation. So will you please, members, just indulge me for a few minutes. So can we go back up to your first slide, and then we'll just keep going through them. I will tell you what we need. So, and I'm happy to provide further. So this first slide here, the national rail policy, we will have, and I'll provide the detail later, we will just need to have a segment of discussion on that, because it also, let's deal with, let's say, policy matters. This decision, for instance, with Durban Port, falls under one of those policy decisions by government in relation to capital availability and where Transnet should hunt for and get that money. The members and the public need context to those decisions, so that when we sit here, we understand why and how certain things are going to happen. So that is the first point. So if you can move to the next, you can move past that. Okay, so just so you're clear, we need to tell the story as simply as this at the time. It appears to me that the government has recognized the amount of money that will be needed to bring Transnet up to a level where it can meet its mandate. It does not have that kind of money, and Transnet's balance sheet cannot accommodate it. We need to know how much that is, and we need to understand the policy decisions the government has taken in order to make sure that capital is available, and how that manifests in this policy implementation that you're talking about. It's a much easier conversation to have than having it through audit outcomes. It doesn't help anybody's understanding. So that is the first thing. The second area that we will need to talk to is the area of the dispute, and this is not in sequence, is the area of the disputed locomotives. There's a couple of things that are alive there. The first is that there is debt that Transnet has to continue servicing for locomotives that are not available. Secondly, there is stock of locomotives from which you are having to do that robbing Peter to pay Paul. It has an operational and financial impact on Transnet. The committee needs to be made or helped to understand what the financial impact is, what is the path out of that, and how do we start seeing that in the financial, in the operational performance and the financials. That is the second segment of what we need to deal with. The third one is how you deal with the debt. Honorable Skosana, I can't remember, Honorable Beasley raised the issue of your debt peaking at 156 and then starting to come down. I didn't say anything, but it's one of these areas where you do need to just explain simply. So what is it that you're doing? Are you renegotiating those? Are any of those maturing? Do the guarantees change anything in relative to how you can change the terms of those agreements? And how does the financial impact start manifesting in your financials and so on? That we will need assistance with. Then there are the issues relating to what does the AG call these things? The irregular expenditures, etc., etc. We will need to break those down. We need to know what originated when. We don't need to go through each one in the meeting, but in the documents that are submitted to us ahead of time, it's very helpful because the members can then start asking questions on those matters. So if we can get sufficient detail, and I'm quite happy for the Secretariat to work with you guys to make sure we get the right level of information on each of those. And then, so we've got the that area of concerns raised by the Auditor General. Then you might also be in a position. There are some questions that I had as well in relation to not just so there's a property portfolio in terms of what is non-core. You mentioned things like, we want to test the market and so on. You kind of need to say that in English and we can work together. One. Secondly, are there any assets that are stranded in a way? I come from the Transkei, your chairperson and I, and there's like a railway line there. I don't think it will ever be used. How does it sit on the books? Is it written off? Is it so there's like a conversation about what your definition of non-core assets is and how is that going to be dealt with. And then there are the issues relating to, within that you mentioned depots as well. So let's talk about those issues as well, so that we understand what we're on the same page in relation to what we're talking about. And then there are the issues Honorable Mente was dealing with now in relation to Durban Port and so on. For example, in your explanation, you are not saying the government needed to stamp up 43 billion, I don't know what the number is, okay, in order to get the port to this level of operational performance. If we borrow more, the 156 becomes 200 billion, we can't afford it. Treasury needs to give us X amount of money, they don't have it. We are now stuck. Our only option is to do X, if that's your explanation. And this operator is bringing in X amount of money we did not have, and these are the terms of our agreement. You understand what I'm saying? That kind of conversation is helpful to the members and to the public to understand where you're going, what the financial impact might be, and how you are dealing with matters that the AG gets to deal with. So I'm not going to run through everything, but if we can please, in the next day or two, with the Secretariat, we can just go through a set of things. I don't think any of those issues affect your disclosures relative to your annual results, correct? I don't think so. We can deal with that. So let's pick committee week, and then we deal with specific matters, as I've said, and then we know next time you come back after an audit, we're all on the same page, no more outstanding issues. You can update us on what needs to happen. Is that okay? Can we work together like that? Okay, thank you. All right. Honorable members, it's 20 past. I don't want your chief whips to kill me. Yeah, no. Sorry, Honorable Skosana, you're going to need to wait. You will get your chance when we come back. Parliament is like school. No. Parliament is like school. When the bell rings, it rings. Okay, honorable members, Minister, Chairperson of Transnet, GCO, thank you very much for your time today. We shall then meet on the appointed date and just deal with those specific matters. All right, thank you very much.